Are recording. So what's going on in aviation today? Anyone? You pay attention out there?
I was doing stuff to get ready for the trip. This was probably my least dispatchy day so far.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Does anybody in here work in aviation that happened to work today? Riley, remind me where you are?
A crew support. It wasn't a fun day.
Yeah, it was disgusting. Disgusting. Yeah. So, well, why don't we start with this? Who is Muhammad? Your hand was up.
You can finish. There's nothing really that really happened. I work in IID.
Oh, I'm sending a IAD next week. Will
Huh?
you be nice to them? Just kidding.
I'm always rude to them. What happened?
I said I'm sending a plane to IAD next week. So
Yeah. Weather doesn't look too bad right now. It's actually supposed to be pretty nice. It just got fixed up, so it's
next week was supposed to be hang on, sorry, trying to admit the guess. Okay, perfect. So let's speak of, because today in aviation got a little spicy with weather. So would anybody feel, I want everybody to go ahead and take like the next, is 5 minutes enough or do you want 10 to go and look at the weather, kind of check out on aviation weather, see what you can see, and then tell me what you find. Okay, so let's come back at 40. 8 minutes enough? Or do you need more? It's enough? Okay. Just go and see, and we're going to see what you guys find, okay? Kind of interesting, because then I had a screenshot, kind of a cool weather graphic today. It was real world weird.
Hey, sorry, Lindsay, my thing cut out a little bit, but go and look up what on aviation and weather?
Just, I want you to do, you were sitting down to do your dispatch day. Just do a perusal over the different charts and stuff that you guys practiced and tell me what you're thinking about the weather looks like for your shift. So give it a look-see. One more minute. Okay. Who is feeling excited to tell us about the weather? We all know I like to play roulette. Oop. I tried to share my screen. Hold on. Let me get into my little hands up situation. Trevor. I like it. See, we didn't have
Okay.
to do that. Trevor saved y'all.
All right, we got cold fronts all over the place. Cold front moving across California, one coming down from the Pacific Northwest, and one moving across the center of the country with the dust storm that's going across like Texas, New Mexico, Oklahoma, pyreps everywhere. A lot of turbulence over the Rockies and good amount of turbulence over the center of the country as well. We've got stationary fronts across the Midwest and more decent weather around the Southeast, but probably 2/3 of the country's got pretty interesting stuff going on.
Yeah. This is a day I'm going to call gross. So here, let me share my screen, see if I can share this. Deep. Okay. We're going to see. Let me see what I can see here. Deep. Nothing. Sorry, I'm trying to share a JPEG here. Can't share my screen. Give me a minute on our break to figure this out because, oh, this is oh so good. Let me figure it out. Try one more time. Okay. I'm gonna have to figure something out because this one is good. So it's an image that shows the country, and it's pretty busy, but there were at a few points today, we had every type of front on the map. So we had stationary, occluded, cold fronts, warm fronts, all impacting the country. So this is just the continental US. And northern or southern parts of Canada there, little northern tips of Mexico. I kept it pretty organized. Truckloads of wind shear out there. Truckloads, yeah, the Rockies were bumpy and windy. Do we have any Denver dwellers here? Now, you know, I make jokes all the time from being from Colorado. So I feel like I get to, right? Like nobody can mock my family, but I get to. Same way with Colorado. So there you go. I joke all the time and say I don't believe in Denver. Today was one of those days. Now, it's interesting because I feel like a lot of airports have organized themselves pretty well, and their winds, you know, their runways are pretty lined up with the winds that are most typical for the area. They can't get it all the time, right? Because stuff shifts, but they get the average. I feel like the Front Range, you know, which we're going to call that side Denver, Boulder, that whole area. I swear to you, somebody like they did something crazy, which we all know they do in Colorado, and they put all of their runways, the majority of the runways on that side of the state are running north-south. Winds are very often east. Yeah, it's just they don't align. It's really bizarre. It's really bizarre how they've done that. Like they need double the runways there. So Denver took an ever-living beat down today with turbulence, with flow programs. I mean, stuff was delayed like crazy. Like in the south, winds were, everything was just off today. Reno got pummeled. So any of you that spend much time up in that area, yeah, Reno, like, I know that I was watching my planes. I got lucky. One of only 2 in about a 6-hour time planes got in. So I'm pretty much calling, you know, my crew a little bit of a cowboy, and he just said it was slipping and sliding everywhere on those taxiways. They couldn't get a hold of it. So we had to like delay everything to get out. Like it was nutty today. Like I say, Denver's still kind of feeling the role. Mountain towns, the winds, the crosswinds were too ugly to even take off. Yeah, a lot of aborted stuff because of the wind shear. Down in the south, we had the same thing. We had a plane that should have been pretty easy to take off for a pretty short little flight, but the wind was literally hitting our max, and it was right 90 degrees of the plane, and so it just made a mess of performance. So it was an awfully special day. Yeah, winter storm. Yeah, a lot of winter storm warnings. Mountains are going to get hit. It's about dang time. They've been waiting all winter, so there is that. But yeah, it's pretty wily. Yeah, but Betty was saying that Denver was a hot mess. Hot mess. They've been in flow programs, ground stops. They've been in everything all day today. So absolutely disgusting. So practical dispatching. What do you do when you see the maps that you guys have just looked at? I mean, you know, if screaming like a little girl and just closing aviation for the day is not your choice. Any ideas? What do you do? Brian.
Well, I would say the first thing you do is take a look at your flights for the day and see where, you know, where they're going to be around the country. And for any of those ones in the western half or up in the Great Lakes, then, you know, start giving a lot of attention early, I would think. Start looking for alternates. And
yeah, that was a bit of a challenge too, like finding alternates that were going to be, you know, actually suitable. because they got a little bit further away. Yeah, we had some pretty gnarly, if you were flying from east to west, pretty gnarly headwinds as well. There were, one was just above Canada, but like there were 2 gnarly jet streams. So what do I have to consider with that if I'm going to be flying towards the west on a longer haul flight with big bad headwinds?
Lots of fuel.
Okay, potential fuel burns. Might be looking at different flight levels, things like that. What would I do with the turbulence? There's some ideas. Pete.
Yeah, I think you definitely want to be soliciting a lot of pilot reports and looking at your different flight levels to see where your clear air is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd be wanting to do a lot of chatter with other dispatchers. What are your crews saying? This is what my crews are saying. How are the rides out there? And, soliciting them, getting the information so that when you have similar flights going through the similar areas, that you try and find them some good space. I'd probably also warn the crews that it's going to be bumpy out there. Let them know and give them that information so that if they have to keep their flight attendants sitting down and safe, if we don't have a lot of options to get them some clear air, if it's going to be even light chop, I want to let them know because, like I said, the turbulence is one of the biggest causes of injury in flight. So it's kind of a chronic issue. And we've had several people, I think every airline has had, several injuries that were caused by that clear air turbulence that you just don't even have any warning. There's no PIREPs out there. So I definitely want to watch out for the stuff that's there. I'd want to be cruising each of them and see if there is any common denominator, like, oh gosh, this is all low. Let's, keep them up. Let's get them up high, things like that. Let them know, what to expect. So I would be communicating a lot with that information. So like, what would you think is going to come up with, because like I say, we didn't get as many like thunderstorms brewing and stuff like that. There was some convective activity brewing along the West Coast, which was kind of wild, and then it turned into snow. But like with this winter stuff, what would be some things that you would have to consider? Trevor.
Like icing conditions.
Okay.
Or
So I'd be watching for icing conditions, things out there. What would you be looking at performance-wise, even from on the ground? I saw a hand and it went away.
You definitely want to look at fueling because the planes are going to be out there on the bay for a while the gassing team is cleaning up the planes. So
you got a good one. You're going to have to de-ice these planes potentially, and that can take a while. I don't want people returning to gate because they don't have their minimum fuel to take off. Okay, so that burn alternate reserve, that basic stuff we need, they're going to get too low because they've been waiting out there for an hour in a de-ice line, or if it's actively snowing and they have to go and do a few swipes around the plane. Okay, so that's a really good one. Good job. So what about, and not just the de-icing, but anti-ice? Caitlin, what is your comment?
I was gonna say that, making sure there's no MELs for the anti-ice for in-flight.
Okay, so I'd want to watch the MELs, but does anybody can take, so obviously if I have a no icing aircraft, right? I'm gonna have to be very careful with that. I mean, pretty much for the West, that was an issue today. Caitlin, go ahead.
Sorry, my computer was glitching. I was trying to lower my hand, but it raised it again. Sorry.
Okay. Raise it a few times. I do that too. So Christopher.
Are you talking about just having all your anti-icing on is going to decrease the performance of the aircraft, especially in climbing out? You might not be able to make some of those climb outs.
Yeah. So if we have our engine and wing anti-ice on, we are going to have reduced performance. So that's something I'm going to be having to communicate with people. Not going to be able to get as much weight out of there. not going to have that climb capability. What about the conditions of runways you might have seen today? I gave an example of Reno. Reno was dumping. So like we had to delay a flight literally because it was not safe for them to even bring people out to the plane. Like they had to clear the taxiways even, or they weren't even moving onto a runway. And they were having a hard time keeping track of it. So we have to consider that is it even safe to deal with this? And number two, do you think we get better or worse performance on wet or contaminated runways? I saw Pete's big, slow, dramatic motion. I liked that one. Yeah, it's complete crap. So all of these things, for those of you here in Utah, we fly in and out of Provo often. Provo is a beautiful little airport, great little area. I got really lucky. I had never been on a jump seat and seen an RNAV visual approach before. I'd lucked out with two pilots who had never done one before, and we got real lucky and got to do one when I was in the jump seat a couple of weeks ago. And it made their year, it made my year. It was the most beautiful approach I think I've ever seen. And I fly in and out of Aspen a lot, which I think is a pretty spectacular approach. A little scary for some, but I think it's beautiful. But this Provo thing, it was unbelievable. It was a killer approach. However, this cute little airport that's got these really cool approaches has either really good performance, or the minute you need anti-ice or you have wet runways, which usually kind of come in handy, you can barely get those planes off the ground empty. It's a disaster. And you can barely get them with people to Salt Lake for a tech stop. That's how limited your range is. Like you can't even, when their runway get bad, you can't even get them to St. George. That's a 3-hour drive from here. So it's not even the range to get here. So it's kind of a wild. So that runway conditions will change stuff a lot. So these are going to be conversations that you're going to have with whomever is dealing with your passengers. So for instance, like I say, if you're doing typical 121 flights and you're dealing with, like a system controller or somebody who's looking at that big picture, not the individual flight, these are things I'm going to want to communicate and say, look, performance is crap. This is what I can get. Here's the maximum passengers I can get on this plane if these conditions don't change. I may call the airport and say, hey, when you think these are going to change? Like, when are you going to get ahead of it? We are bound by the NOTAMs that are there. So if it's telling me that it's, contaminated, or it's telling me it's wet, they're going to need to change it. So I can't have the pilot call me and say, hey, just so you know, it's dry. We can just go. I'm going to have to call the airport and say, hey, what are the actual conditions? You can go ahead and fix that NOTAM for us. So these are some of the conversations you're going to have. Or I may tell my system controller and say, look, we're speculating that this should be better in about an hour. So do you want us to go with fewer passengers, or do you want us to wait? And that decision is not cut and dry. It's very different even during times of the day, or, depending on what's going on with the system as a whole, like all of the aircraft that are moving along. Which I think it's weird for any airline, but it's also, uniquely weird for a regional. So I guess we get to see that more frequently. So, being able to help make that decision is, what keeps the most of our flights moving, the most of the people, mostly on time, as much as we can. And that's why I say, I think every airline is making that decision on every flight. So like I say, I don't think there is a one-stop shop for that. Because then I have to look into crew legalities, like I say, we can wait an hour, but then my crew time's out. So what's my damages? Give me a damage report and, let me go from there. So that's some of the crazy stuff that we're dealing with. A few weeks ago, I'm sure you guys discussed it a little bit. We had a massive ice storm move through the South. Do any of you live in the South that were in the middle of that? Like Nashville had literally frozen streets and trees breaking off for 2 weeks. It was gnarly. Anybody?
I'm in Atlanta, or northeast of Atlanta, and we had about a 1/2 inch of ice, but we got lucky in that there was like this warm nose coming in from the west, so that put us back above freezing for a couple of hours before the front came through. So
Yeah.
that kind of loosened everything up, but we did get quite a bit of ice. Freezing
Yeah,
rain and
it's
stuff.
crazy. Well, pro tip. Okay, what would you think about in aviation in some of these places in the South? What might be some unique problems?
They don't have the equipment to deal with it. You know, the anti-icing.
Other ones do not have de-ice equipment, like they don't even own it. Some of them don't have adequate plows. They don't have the ways to treat the runway. They don't have the brushes. They don't have the equipment because it's not something they deal with except for once every few years. So yeah, those are things you have to stay ahead of. I remember that weekend again in, my world where we're launching 121 and 135 planes. I was asked 2 days before that was coming, what was my agenda? And I told them straight up, my agenda is to get, the most minimal number of planes stuck in weird places. And I only got one stuck for 12 hours. I'm calling it a big success, but I'll tell you what, there were a bunch of eyes on every one of those, pivoting and okay, we can't go there. And okay, now we can't go there. And there was a lot of luck involved. So, we're watching a lot of stuff, but these winter storms can get a little weird. Now let's pretend we're moving into summer. What do thunderstorms look like in the summer? Do any of you live in a thunderstorm area? Yeah, it does bring some sadness. What type of things, what do you think you'd think of a little bit as a dispatcher on thunderstorms? Caitlin.
I work at MCO, so during the summer, I hate it. I close, so I'm supposed to leave at 1, but I usually leave at 3:30 in the morning. So a lot of times the dispatchers will call because of the GDPs that are going on, everything's getting delayed, or things are stuck and the ramp closes and flights can't leave. And then that causes crews to time out, which isn't fun. So a lot of
you guys got hammered Sunday, right?
Say it again, I'm sorry.
You guys got hammered on Sunday.
Yes. Yeah, pretty bad.
Yeah, I took that beating right along with you, just on the phone. Yeah, we had a 121 supplemental that was in the little SFB that's right next to you guys. So they like the littler one, and yeah, they wouldn't even let anybody take off. So then we had to start watching for crew timeouts, and we had to start really considering, and then there was completely bizarre routing. So ATC was sending us weird routes, which became a whole thing to deal with that, because then, we weren't going to make it to where we needed to go with that weird route. We needed to go more direct. So that, was a whole conversation with ATC. So Brian.
From a passenger standpoint or perspective, probably about 10 or 15 years ago, I was on a Friday, I was going to fly out to my parents in San Antonio. I was from Atlanta, and it was like a 5:30 departure in the afternoon on Friday. And I got there, and while I was waiting, this was probably about an hour before we were supposed to board, there was a severe thunderstorm that came through, and it was probably, I'd say, for probably about 30 or 40 minutes, there was no planes coming in or out. And it just completely hosed the entire airport, because I was supposed to leave at 5:30. We just kept getting delayed and delayed and delayed, and got to be, 10, and then finally 11 and 11:30. And they were like, okay, we think by midnight, you guys you'll be able to leave and head to San Antonio. So this is like 7 hours late already. And then all of a sudden they bump us another 2 hours. We didn't leave until like 2:45 in the morning. And it turns out what happened there at the end, or around midnight, it was a situation where the crew timed out. And so they had to wait for a new crew to fly in. And at the time I didn't know about any of this stuff. And so it was just crazy just how in 30 minutes of no planes coming in or out of Atlanta, and it just destroyed the whole rest of the night. It was crazy.
Yeah, it's like, especially the busier airports, like it creates complete chaos. And it's so funny to me, like as a passenger, you know, because I deal with like, you know, teams that are like, you know, what do you mean it's snowing sideways? Why can't we just land? That makes no sense. Just land. And it's like they don't understand some of this weird stuff where then you move into that aviation space where you're like, oh dang, it's only a 4-hour delay. What's your problem? Like, that's fine. Just, you know, get over it. So it's kind of a interesting perspective once you know, learn things. And it's interesting because I feel like, sorry, I'm really struggling with losing my voice. Still trying to catch something, but I'm still trying to fight it. We'll see if I get rid of it by the time y'all come. Sorry. But yeah, like that, you just get a different perspective. Like I feel safer on planes actually now. I like even weird stuff that are happening. It's easier for me to like intellectualize. Like I say, I mean, I mock people who check bags. I mock people that are like, why would you do that? Because, you know, why would your bag get there on time? It makes no sense. But it's like a lot less anxiety for it. But it is also, I do know when I hear certain announcements, I'm like, that's not the real story. I'm gonna go find me another plane to go on because that's not real. So kind of the one of the fun places of seeing behind the Wizard's curtain a little bit. So, but yeah, there's been a lot of times I was getting on a plane last summer to go to Aspen, of course, on an afternoon. And I'd really hope, I've got one particular crew I really like to fly with. We just have a lot of fun. So they become good friends. And of course, you know, I'm like, hey, you know, I said, I'm going to get laid into Denver or whatever. Of course, get to Denver, worked out. And it was, you know, like they were delayed because of the thunderstorms that had rolled in. And I was like, yahoo, we're going to get on. So I go run it over and, you know, just get on in the nick of time. And we get pushed out and then lightning strikes onto near the field. And so they bring all the people in. But there was literally like abort mission from the tug and everything, and all the people scurry in, which, you know, that's what the ideal thing is. But then, of course, you know, our fuel got low and we were going to have to be pulled back and get more fuel. But then, you know, the tornado came in. So there was that. So it was just like a wild ride. And then winds kicked up in Aspen and no, we can't go. Yes, we can go. We're too heavy. We're too light. It was, I think it took us like 4 hours to end up getting off the ground because of everything that just happened. Like one of the things, I feel like thunderstorms are, it's the reason I don't like working afternoons in the summer, just so you know, the reason I don't mind my 2 a.m.s. But thunderstorms are predictably more unpredictable, if that makes sense. Like, you know, take Florida, you know, those suckers are popping up, you know, half the time, you know, like from Colorado, even you get into like some parts of Utah, but Colorado from Denver on and even over the Rockies, clear through Oklahoma and stuff, it's a daily occurrence. The question is when, where, you know, so you're starting to look for visual cues. Like I really start to watch for those stationary fronts in the summer so that I can kind of see what's going on, to see what's being scooped up and what's being brewed right there. So there's some bizarre stuff there. So watching weather patterns and trends will kind of help you start to think about the what if that makes sense. Because can you control the weather? No. But I'll tell you what, I would rather try and deal with the weather than, you know, like mechanical issues or, you know, crew timeout issues or, you know, some of these things that you just feel seem much more unsurmountable. But weather, could I fly around it? Can I delay? Can I fly under it? Can I fly over it? Can I, you know, what am I going to do? And I can create plans for it. So I feel like there's, even though that's the element that we fundamentally have the least control over, it's the one I feel like we can manage the best in my experience. So, whoo. So yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to not die. Okay, so let's jump back. In the break, I really have to show you this slide because it's so good. Gonna try. We're gonna go back to our little human factors here. Okay, perfect. Looks like everybody should be able to see it. Everybody good? Showing up for everybody? Okay, cool. Okay. Okay. Wow. This is a new slide we just put in. This is kind of good. Then you're going to call this good or not good? Okay. So obviously we never hope that one of our planes is sitting in the dirt like that. So, okay. What are the things then with all this practical stuff? Like, what are things that you feel like you should be constantly studying? What are the things you should constantly learn about? I'm going to kind of pose some questions there and go ahead and hop on and answer if you want to throw your hand up. What are things that we would consider that we'd want to continually learn about? We're going to play roulette. Pete. See, that'll get you every time, won't it? Just kidding.
That's right. That's the positive factor right there.
Mhm.
Play roulette, and then you see a hand come up.
I love it.
Yeah, I'd say reviewing a lot of case studies, seeing what went wrong, where the holes were in the problem, and obviously reviewing weather a lot to get familiar with patterns and such.
Yeah, I feel like I've done a lot, like I do a lot of heavy study on weather, not just to be able to identify it, which is what we kind of focus on this in this class, but getting to the point that you can predict it. During that winter storm that hit the South, it was funny because my mission planner and I, we were kind of taking bets. We were both on the same side, but we're like kind of teamed up against somebody else and like, what is your bet that we're going to get this thunderstorm that's going to come up from the Gulf and it's going to really kind of beat up this ice storm? And it was funny, but the next morning it was like this happy moment of we win, we guessed right. But it's like that idea of like, I've learned more about becoming predictive so that I can make better decisions. I feel like I've spent a lot of time learning about aircraft performance, specifically like MELs and what things are affected, because that helps me make better choices once I understand more of the whys, if that makes sense. Like if I alter this, what's going to happen versus being kind of a guessing game, which was helpful. So we do get surprised oftentimes. So we're doing a lot of task switching. What does that mean?
Watching a bunch of flights during a day, you could be looking at another flight and then a specie pops up, you know what I mean? Where you'd have to adjust for an alternate or whatever the case may be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So we do a lot. So yeah, we're going to have new weather pop up. So I'm dispatching my flights. Everything's going on. I've done my lap around the map. All my planes seem to be good. Then bam, new weather comes. That's a task adjustment, but it requires immediate attention. What happens when I'm in my little rhythm doing my thing and I get an ACARS message from a pilot that says, Hey, what's next? Hey, I got a problem. Find me a place to land. Hey, we're burning a lot more fuel than we thought. What's going on? Can you help us here? What are my options? I mean, that's a pretty big task thing. What when you look at all the tasks, you've got a bunch of releases that are ready to go. You are needing to go. You're late on a few of those. You know, you've got a bunch of new weather that's come out. You know, you've got somebody ACARsing you on the ground. You've got somebody ACARsing you from the air. How do you handle all of that at once? It's a legitimate question. What are your thoughts? Brian.
I think you just kind of have to quickly prioritize based on, first of all, you know, if the flight's in the air, and you know, whoever's in the most time critical situation, and you know, again, just anybody who's in the air, it takes first priority.
And why would
so
somebody in the air take first priority?
Because they got you know, a couple hundred souls up there with them. You know, it's the safety of their flight is the first, you know, is the most important thing.
Okay, a plane on the ground is already safe, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, so it's like kind of looking at that bigger picture. So yes, that plane in the air, you know, if they have something immediately that needs to be taken care of. I also you kind of have to play the video game in your head a little bit. So let's say I've got that plane in the air that needs something. I've got a plane that, you know, I need not to take off. They're about to take the runway. You know, that's an issue, but they're going to have to turn around if they do get up in the air. We're not legal to launch anymore for whatever reason it's come up, or, you know, there's a ground stop, there's something going on. Versus somebody sitting at the gate or somebody that just landed that's saying, hey, you know what gate that I'm going to, right? There's going to be all these things. I will also tactically handle what I'm going to do. You know, if I want that, stop that person's order, I have two planes in the air with a problem, I may quickly, hey, you know, please don't launch, you know, and do that really quick and jump into my plane on the air. So it's not always a cookie cutter. Like I say, I'm going to prioritize those planes in the air, but what I don't want is two planes in the air with an emergency that I've got to deal with. So again, if something's going to take me some research or some organization, then I'm going to, you know, prioritize those people in the sky first. So, but like I say, you know, it's also prioritizing what they actually need. Now, don't get me wrong, if they want their Super Bowl scores on Super Bowl Sunday, I'm going to try and get those to them, but that may not be my top priority. It might be fun, but it might not be my top priority. So, you know, being able to kind of juggle and know what you can handle and how quickly. If I can, while I'm looking at one thing, I can type off, you know, 3 sentences to 3 people and get their problem solved, you know, because I'm still looking for something and I can multitask that. Like I say, it's just, you have to look at your ability, but always go with what's in the air first, because again, anybody on the ground is technically still safe. However, if I want to not end up with 2 planes up in the air with a problem, somebody who's just about to take off that I need to change their mind, I might, you know, quickly change that around. So, okay. Taking a moment to think. Okay, so we're going to show you all the scary planes tonight. So we're going to get back into, you know, this whole fatigue and stress thing, but specifically fatigue tonight. We may have to, here in 15 minutes, take a break so I can get something to suck on. I feel like my throat is all dry and crazy. I do apologize. So when we are tired, okay, there's a million things that can go wrong. So we're not even talking about the rest of the stressors right now. We're just talking about fatigue. Now, fatigue can come in a lot of ways, a lot of shapes. It can come because we're not sleeping right. can come because we're in bad choices because I stayed up too late last night. It can become because of the stress and I'm not sleeping well. It can come because, I'm burning the candle at both ends. I'm trying to do too much. I could be, you'll find a point, even like I go back to when I was just dispatching on a desk every day, there becomes a point that you kind of need that time off, right? You need one day a week to reset yourself, or a few days if you're going to do a long stretch, because you're just kind of over it. And you're not just physically tired, but you're also mentally drained and mentally tired. So with that, we're going to have like our reaction times are just different. Our errors go so far up, our lapses in attention. Have you guys ever felt that, where you're just really just gonzo tired and somebody is speaking English, but you really can't process any of that? Has anybody else had that moment where it's like, I cannot really process what you're saying? Okay, so the cheese stands alone, but I will totally admit that. I've had those times where, you're just trying to go through cognitive tasks. I mean, I think I shared with you guys last night that, I was tired the other day and trying to rebuild flights in our system and put them into Sabre. And I mean, I was doing bozo mistakes. I was transposing numbers and I was doing backwards city pairs and I was just doing retarded stuff. Nothing that was the end of the world, nothing that was safety of flight, but I must say I probably wasn't fit for duty, especially not for operational control. Joseph.
Sorry, that was an accident.
Oh man, we hope you had something good. So increased errors. Like I just admitted all my increased errors. It took me, 15 minutes to do something that should have taken me 3 minutes because I kept screwing up. That came from, major errors. This is going to be the time when you're going to read all the weather and you're going to miss weird stuff. Like auditing through releases, you can see somebody who's like more like it's a last release they've sent on their shift versus that first few. And you see some like bozo stuff coming up and you're like, they added this alternate for possible fog, expected 10 and clear at like, this was actually a comment, so expecting 10 and clear. How did they word that? It was expecting 10 and clear at terminal, I think is what it was written on this release. And I was just like, wait a minute, you added an alternate for fog, but you're expecting it to be 10 and clear. Like, which one is it? And I think if people are like even reading their own releases, like the next day, they'd be like, wait, what was I thinking? So we do weird stuff like that, and chances are they were basically bouncing back and forth for between few releases and just put stuff in the wrong place, which is an absolute possibility, especially when we're tired. So situational awareness. Just when you're tired, you have to focus like more on one thing. Like you can't get that broader, field of hearing and vision and thought process where you're taking in more information. It's like driving late at night, right? Where like, have you ever had that time where it's scary, and I hope everybody pulls over when they do this, but you ever had that problem where like you just went a little ways and you're actually not 100% sure how you got from point A for B or really where you are? Has anybody ever had that? It's a little scary. Hey, this is that situational your awareness. You're kind of zoning out. Reduced motivation. I think that's when we make the mistakes that are like, I just don't care. Like put the release in the flame, or in the system, get on the bus and drive it, like figure it out. You just don't have that motivation to really do all of the tasks that you need to do. And there are going to be days that even if you sleep well and you do well, that, you just feel like you've been taking a right and a left punch all day. So you're going to have those situations where you've got to learn how to combat that in the moment, as well as, which is probably why in aviation we all end up with a caffeine addiction as well as sugar, because, we're trying to artificially combat that. But all of these things start to come together for this overall decrease in performance. Did anybody of you ever start, we kind of talked about it the first of the class, watch any of those YouTube channel videos for the mentor pilot? the Irish guy. Maybe they check any of those. Yeah, I think I got a couple of hands up or a thumbs up. So yeah, I mean, he talks heavily. I would say there's a big chunk of his videos that end up fatigue. You know, I think it's even more critical for crews, but for us, I mean, we can give them bad information. We can do a lot of things that, you know, lead into that, but that we just are not, as much as I like to think that I can go without a lot of sleep, feel I do better than some at masking it, but it grinds us down after a while. So, you know, it's a lot of different things going on there. So being able to identify that early on and handle it. We're also fighting in, this is a big part of our fatigue. We briefed on this a little bit last night, circadian rhythms. So does anybody know what these are? We gotta have somebody who's like biohacking and paying attention to this. Pete. I think you're on mute, Pete.
Oh, apologize about that. Yeah, circadian rhythms, just, you know, your sleep patterns, and when they get disturbed, it can be a long time to catch up.
Yeah. So it's not just our sleep patterns, it's a bigger cycle. And it's unfortunate that it doesn't necessarily line up with aviation workers, emergency workers, hospital workers, you know, all of these people that have 24-hour schedules, things like that. It doesn't always line up. So this is what we're just set to do. Evolutionary, we're probably best set to, you know, wake up when the sun comes up and we go to sleep when the sun goes down. Has anybody spent any time like on an island somewhere near the equator where it's like you've got like, you know, the sun comes up at 6 and it sets at 6? Anybody spent much time in that space? No? Gotta hope that a few of you did. If not, we need to get your airline job so you can get to some of these beaches. But, you know, it's funny. You go to some of these islands and like I say, the birds start squawking, the sun's coming up, and you just kind of naturally wake up, especially because you don't have someone honking at you. And most people come home. And then, like I say, sun goes down, people have a little snack, they kind of just go to bed. They don't have this like strong desire to party like rock stars all hours of the night, because we're in this kind of more natural rhythm. We're not trying to put this artificial thing over it. There's a big thing in the biohacking world right now, which, please don't get me wrong, I am not good at that job, and nor am I the most studied up on it. But there's a lot of pop culture around it now that, you know, getting up and putting sun in your eyes and, you know, getting plenty of rest. And, you know, like I say, our crazy little rings will even tell you what your natural rhythm is, which is funny because mine adjusted with working a 2 a.m. schedule. And so it's still kind of, my body still did adjust my rhythm a little bit, and you can do stuff. But this is also dealing with stuff like jet lag. Has anybody ever traveled far and had some weird jet lag? Yeah, okay, got some thumbs up on this. Okay, so I will say probably my 2 worst times were, because this is what we're doing, is we're messing with our circadian rhythm, right? I do better certain directions. Most people do. They adjust differently. We all have our own little weird things with it. I would say my 2 worst jet lags in my life was, number one, when I was much younger, I spent a summer in China where it was literally a 12-hour difference. I was only there for like, I think 4 months or something. I had a job where I could work from home. So I had weird schedule anyway, because, you know, I was working kind of whatever, but I literally flip-flopped my body schedule. And when I came back, I had a really, really, really rough time, like getting back on that 12-hour swap for some reason. It just, because I think I'd been there enough time, it kind of tanked me for about 2 weeks. Like I just couldn't get right. I think for just travel, the worst I ever had was I did a trip from Europe, and I came from Europe to the US to Mountain Time here. And then I literally swapped out suitcases. I was on Pacific, so I was in Vegas. I swapped out suitcases and I got on a plane that night and I went to Fiji. Oh, great. During all this time, I came back from Fiji and I was a wreck for a hot minute after that. So again, I just went across too many too quickly, totally different schedules. Like it really messes with your rhythm. And I'm a pretty good sleeper on planes. Like I can kind of crash out on them. And I think on some of those legs, I even have lay flat seats. So it wasn't just, that issue, but our bodies are so attuned to everything else than just sleep, like the rhythm. I mean, have you guys ever found that like you eat at a different time and it just kind of throws your body off? Like you don't sleep well because you ate too late, or you drank your coffee too late in the day and it threw you off because of the caffeine intake. Or you just feel wonky because you actually did sleep in and you did something weird. Like all of these things lead into our rhythm. Now, with aviation specifically, you're going to adjust your rhythm, just so you know. And it's going to be weird because your first year working as a dispatcher, you're going to have a crap schedule. So I don't know what crap that's going to be. I'll just be honest with you. It's going to be early in the morning. It's going to be late at night. It's going to be on the weekend. It's going to be weird. Don't worry. It's really easy after that to trade it. It's super simple. But you're going to have some weird times. And so like realizing that I have to fit the square peg in the round hole per se is something you're really going to have to focus on once you kind of get sorted in your schedule and what you're going to stick with for a while. I think that's one of the reasons, well, there was a lot of reasons I picked 2 a.m. Summers were part of it. But like I say, once you kind of get in a schedule, it's really hard to kind of pull out of that schedule, if that makes sense. So doing things for sleep hygiene, doing things like very simple things like to set your rhythm. If you have to get up and, jump on the trampoline or jump rope or whatever, because that helps your blood flow. Like I say, I blacked out my room because that helped me get into, again, it's outside, it's sunny and light when I go to bed at 5 o'clock in the summer, 6 o'clock even. And it's just like almost impossible to sleep in a deep way, especially when I'm, getting up a couple of hours after it actually gets dark. So being able to black out my room, being able to, there's circadian rhythm clocks that help, like they light up your room slowly so that you kind of were able to have a slower step into the day, I guess, even if you're doing it at weird times. Doing sleep routines. So not just before you go to sleep, but having a kind of a routine when you wake up that gets your blood pumping and tells your body it's time to be awake, especially if it's night, or the opposite time. Sometimes, like, again, trying to sleep when it's still day, I had to do a few things to kind of wind myself down so that I did these 3 things and it would trigger my body to say, hey, it's time to go to sleep. So these are some weird things that happen, but there is actually, like I say, it's a big enough deal that I think that's why probably we're always sick all the time. I think I've never been so sick as when I worked in aviation. So it's kind of, there's that. But I actually attribute a lot to some of this weird rhythms and stuff like that. So like I say, I don't have a weird showtime anymore. I should say that, but my circadian rhythm is probably more disrupted now because I'm woken up a lot in the night when, being on call, things like that. So it's really it's a new thing I'm trying to learn to work around. So so just that little summary is this is our body clock. We do need it to adjust, and it will. That's one of the cool things. If you get into sleep hygiene, like I say, listen to some podcasts about, improving your sleep, because you will be able to change what your rhythm actually is and what your natural time to wake up. You're going to have times of, maximum sleepiness. For most people, that's around 3 to 5 a.m. Well, 3 to 5 p.m. is the next one. But again, there's a lot of people starting their work shift around 3 to 5 p.m. and there's a lot of people starting their work shift before 3 to 5 a.m. So not good times to be tired. And like I say, that's really what I had to spend a lot of time doing was making this good, because it does, it wears on you if you don't kind of really take on this challenge to kind of make it, organize it. So that's really what you're doing, is adjusting your circadian rhythm, not trying to just mess it up. And it is weird because, like I said, I was a 2 a.m.er, and I tried for the most part to not like, the latest I think I ever got up on a weekend, unless I was really, something was going wonky, or if I wasn't working, was like 4 a.m. because I didn't want to sleep until 10 a.m. or something because I was so tired, and then screw it up because then I got to start this whole thing up the next week. So weird stuff with circadian rhythms. I would encourage you to heed the warning, because like I say, I will still to this day tell you that it's a good thing to be able to get that sorted. And I probably waited too long to really take it seriously. Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. So 6:35, so 50? Yes, 50. I'm having to do math. See, fatigue, weird things. I'm going to get something to suck on for my throat, and we'll see you back here shortly. Mr. Derek.
Hello, hello.
How are you?
Oh, not too bad.
Heck yeah.
Too bad.
I'd be the one sucking on sucky things because I'm trying to catch something and I keep choking and dying here. So talking about have you met everyone in the class, Derek?
A little bit, nothing really formally. I've introduced myself at the beginning of when we did introductions, but I wasn't able to stick around for introductions from everybody else. But
Okay. I'm sure I'll get to see Derek next week or the week after, sometime in there.
yeah, probably next Monday I'll probably come out. We'll see.
Okay, perfect. So very good. We're going to get back into, we're talking about, how to be better humans through being a dispatcher and stress and all that stuff. All the good stuff. So let me go ahead and did we get everybody back and cameras on again? Dink, dink, dink. A couple people trickling in from the break. I do apologize for the sucky thing in my mouth, but hope it'll keep me from choking. I'm trying to catch the gumbo, whatever that is. I don't want it, but so we're going to try not to choke too much here. So let's see. Okay, back to where we were. Okay. Okay, so we're finishing up with the circadian rhythms there. Did anybody have any questions on this stuff? Or better yet, have any of you had unique challenges in your job with this so far that have been things that really helped you? I've shared a few of the things that have helped me. What have some of you guys tried if you have any kind of weird schedules now? I know we got a few of you in aviation already. Riley.
I just had a question. It wasn't necessarily related to this, but I was just curious kind of how bidding for schedules works.
Yeah, okay. That's actually kind of an interesting because it gets into the practical side of it here. So I'm going to be honest, I can't speak for other airlines. Everybody has some sort of bidding process. I do know a lot of airlines will do what's called like junior manning, things like that, where you kind of have a weird schedule up front. What we do is it's based on seniority and it's based on your time in the chair. So like I came from a station, I had seniority at the station, but I went to the bottom, but I was the top of my class because I was a transfer. So I was kind of like ahead of things. So every airline will have a way that they get you organized to where your seniority is. And then what happens is occasionally, depending on the airline, what they're doing is they will list and say, here's the list of schedules. And you will say, I'm number 20 on the bid. So I am going to pick, my first choice is this line. My second choice is this line, and I'm going to go all the way down through 20. And I will get one of those depending on what the 20 people or 19 people in front of me picked. That's why I warn, sometimes you don't get great schedules up front. But I will also say, in defense of aviation, I've never had a schedule that I had like more control of because I could trade, I could switch stuff, I could organize things around, I could get together with some buddies and, kind of organize stuff. So I've been actually up to trade up to almost a month off at a time where I didn't even take time off, like paid time off. I worked a lot for a couple of months. Allison, I would say I'm a kind of, expert level trader. I know Allison, also great trader. She was brand new to Delta and still able to take off, 2 to 3 weeks, several times a year to come to in-person. And she's never had a problem doing that and still manages trips. So you can manage your schedule. So do not let the schedule scare you. So even though it's some gross hours up front. So, and the bonus is everybody has their weird preference. Usually you don't get what you really hate for long. So, and like I say, some people don't care about times, they care about days. Some people care less about days, but having the times is important. So you will kind of work through that. Do you have any more questions on on that when it comes to schedule? Because yeah, what you get will have kind of a little bit of a weird stretch on your time and your rhythm. But back to my original question, what have you guys done with other jobs, or for those of you who have kids have probably had messed up circadian rhythms, what have been the things that have helped you? Brett.
For a while, I had an overnight job, and I would get out between like 4 and 5 a.m. And something I figured out pretty fast was that I absolutely had to be in bed before the sun started to come up. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible to go to sleep.
Yeah. So like that's was kind of what I was saying, like that I literally figured out a way to black out my room. I had to get real creative, but yeah, that light does so much to us. What other things? Anybody volunteering, or are we playing roulette?
If you can, and it's very hard, try to get on the schedule at least a day prior.
Mm-hmm.
But that I know that's very difficult. The room blacking out, that's one big thing that I used to do. Earplugs. Try to isolate yourself as much as you can. You're going to sleep during the day, but there's nothing easy about it.
No, and I've actually I live in a place and I'm really fortunate. Like, it's usually if people come, even, friends or family come visit, like I have to say, text me when you get here, I'll walk out. It's kind of a maze to get to my place or my front door. Nobody really knows it's here, which I chose this place strategically. But every once in a while, I will have people, come and knock on your door for whatever reason. I did actually hang up a sign on my door, especially like in the summer, because it seems like that's when people would randomly be looking for stuff. That it would just say literally, sleeping, please don't knock, basically go away. Like, made it nice, laminated it, would hang it up on those nights so I didn't get interrupted. So, but yeah, those sleeps. But like I say, I think, who was it that just said, like, keeping your schedule before, don't, stay up really late and think you're going to have your working days be normal, because it'll take you the whole week to feel normal by that first night that you haven't had sleep. Things like that. Anything else that people have done that's worked? No, it comes back to a lot of sleep. Pete.
Yeah, we're at graveyards for a lot of years, and then 24-hour shifts for a number of years before that. But yeah, I came to really like what you mentioned, the blackout curtains, and definitely sleep mask and earplugs, and then keeping the room cold was really important to me. Otherwise, I didn't sleep well at all if it was kind of hot and stuffy. And if you're going to exercise, try and have at least an hour of downtime before you're getting in bed, post exercise, as well as shoot, I had one more, but lost it in the ether.
Don't eat and drink a bunch before you go to bed.
Yeah. All of these little things. And that's what I say, I got into aviation and I turned from, a running vegan into a junk food, so it was a little bit of a lifestyle change. I can't blame it all on aviation, but I will say straight up is when I'm trying to eat well, I'm trying to move, I'm trying to manage everything else. And I'm trying to create some work-life balance, which does mean sometimes I don't actually think about aviation, and I want to go talk to people who don't really care about airplanes. Those types of things, so that you have, be in a place. And that's the other thing that I will sell you on for dispatch as a job. You can have the worst day. Your desk has been on fire from the time you started. And the minute you clock out, you're out. You made your good pass down. Life is good. You move on and you go home and you do your thing, which is, it does, even though it takes some challenge to get that balance, you don't have the stress of leaving with your job or worrying about it. So I think that's kind of a nice thing, but it allows you to have those other balance things. So let's talk about some types of fatigue. Okay, I'm going to kind of pop through some of these and we'll kind of talk about them. So several different ways. So it all comes down to the same thing, right? Like our decision making is compromised. We're not going to feel our best. We're not going to have situational awareness. We're not going to have any of the good things that make us good at our jobs or even good at being a human, if you ask me. But, you know, we can have that like acute fatigue. Okay, that's going to come from, you know, it could be something that has been like an onset. You know, a lot of people, like if any of you have ever been like in the hospital or something and, you know, you can't sleep in a hospital or whatever, but like you're that first upfront type. Did I hear a little bing? Sorry. So this is the kind of the shorter time. There's been an event. There's been something crazy that's happening in your world. It could be from illness. It could be from some sort of personal tragedy, death in the family. You're just not sleeping well. There wasn't a lot of good reason that got you there. It's just something big happened. And this is going to happen. And it's going to be very common. It does become common in shift work, especially when you start. So, you know, you're going to very often, especially when your schedule changes or you know, flop stuff morning to afternoon, things like that, suddenly your whole rhythm is off. You're not sleeping well. And this catches you up and it catches you pretty quickly. And you feel the effects very, very quickly. Now, you can have the prolonged or chronic fatigue. So this is the stuff that just creeps up on you. It's little bit. So I've not been sleeping well, but I've been sleeping okay. But just after a few months, it's kind of just slow onset, right? It's little bits. And then all of a sudden one day you're like, I'm done. I'm not okay. You can have that cumulative. So, you know, this is also that same thing where I'm okay with one night of no sleep, but 2 nights it starts to beat me up, and the third night I start to see butterflies. So, you know, like, what are we stacking? Did your mom ever tell you when you were growing up, is like, especially when I wanted to sleep in when I was a kid, you can't catch up on sleep, right? It's kind of like a deficit. You're pulling out of the bank, you're taking out of the bank constantly, and you're just getting these, you know, I should be sleeping 8 hours a night. That's what my body wants. And I'm routinely getting 7. So it's not that big of a deal. I function well, but after a while, it's just finally stacked up. So the transient fatigue, okay, so this would be, you know, you've had this little bout, but then you get yourself back on a schedule and you're fine, okay? So everything's kind of moving on. That circadian fatigue is really where we're just, you know, groggy at certain times during the day. Specifically, you know, how we were talking before the break, that normal circadian rhythm is going to have some down times, you know, early in the morning. That's when we actually sleep the best. And then in the late afternoon, 3 to 5 p.m. Like I say, if we just all go live on a beach and are unplugged, those are going to be like part of our natural rhythms. It's going to be driven by the light, and it's going to be driven by these just times that our body needs to slow down to recover a little bit. So with that going on, you know, like I said, we disrupt those. So figuring out ways to kind of reset those. That was one of the things for me to realize, is even the nights that I was getting plenty of sleep, that's what I had to kind of learn the hard way, was that I wasn't getting restorative sleep. So even if I slept 7 or 8 hours, my body was never getting into the waves, because again, I was trying to force myself to sleep in the light. I was trying to sleep at a normal time until I slowly changed my clock to switch that over. And I'll call on Derek a little bit, because you and I worked very opposite schedules. You were a night guy for the most part, weren't you, when you were at SkyWest?
I was, yep.
See, because I was the opposite. So what were some of the unique challenges to night shift or evening shift? Because I've been able to speak a lot to the weird 2 a.m. stuff.
Yeah, it's one thing is maybe get some headphones. There's some pretty nice headphones out there that you can put in that kind of play background noise, especially if you're married, or you know, there's someone in the bed with you. You don't want to disrupt them. Get get a set for both of you. But yeah, it does take a little bit because of the let's see. So beginning of my shift or beginning of the time I was there, I was actually at SkyWest as well. I trained at the 4 p.m.s to start, and then about halfway through they switched me to the 8 a.m.s. And then out of training I went to 3 a.m.s.
I didn't know you did early mornings.
Yeah. And my first shift on the floor was at 3 a.m. And I quickly moved away from those. It was one bid. Usually what happens is your first, we call them bids, but your first, depending on how long the airline does it, SkyWest does it now for 4 months. You have the same schedule for 4 months. Back when I was doing it, it was 3. So for that first, because I came in partway in, the first 2 months or whatever, I was 3 a.m.s, and then I moved to 5 a.m.s, then to 8 a.m.s, then I got to noons, and slowly, and that's what I would recommend is don't try not to do an abrupt change. Go from 3 a.m.s to 3 p.m.s. If you can do a gradual. I know it's kind of hard because you're doing 4 months at a time, or whatever the airline does it. But I kind of slowly phased my way into working nights, and by the time I left during COVID, they had created a 4 p.m. supervisor shift. So it's really hard if you have a family to have some of these weird schedules, because my wife worked. She would get up in the morning. Sometimes it would wake me up, and that's where the headphones really come into play. Blackout curtains are really nice. A sleep mask if you need it. But yeah, I'd get home at 2 a.m. and by the time I fell asleep, it was 3 or 4. Sun's starting to come up, like I heard mentioned. Avoid caffeine at all costs about 4 hours, 5 hours prior to trying to fall asleep.
Yeah.
At the absolute latest. Sometimes you might need that caffeine sometimes, but it's really up to you as the dispatcher to mitigate your fatigue, because pilots have their program where we call it flight induced fatigue. Dispatchers really don't have that. We joke on the ERC committee that I sit on, it's the event review committee. So when a dispatcher has a potential FAR violation, they file an ASAP. Well, those ASAPs get de-identified and they come to the event review committee company, and the FAA sits on those. And a lot of the reporters, I've seen an uptick lately of reports about fatigue from dispatchers. Well, they're making the report like it's, oh, my job was causing the fatigue. It's going to be hard to press that your job is causing the fatigue unless it was a 12, 13-hour day that was due to IROPS. But most of the time when we get a report of fatigue, it's, well, I didn't get enough sleep last night, or I was doing this the day before and hang out with friends longer than I should have been and didn't get enough sleep. Well, that's recreation fatigue is what I call it. It's not job-induced fatigue. So it's very important that you take these things seriously, because fatigue is real. It makes you miss things. And so I just can't stress it enough to just make sure you're taking it serious, because each shift's different. Nights, you're awake when the sun's down and sleeping when the sun's up. So yeah, definitely I would say get some, if you can do it, at least get some earplugs. if you're in a loud environment with, if you have a family. I was just actually, it was funny when you were talking about it. I'd heard the Anchor makes they're called Soundcore Sleep or something, that you have the bass that they charge in, but when they're in your ears, that bass is listening, and if it hears noise, it'll increase the ambient sound in your headphones to mask that, so you don't wake up. They're a little pricey, $180, but I mean, if you get something like that, blackout curtains, yeah, it's gonna do wonders. Sorry, that was probably a little long.
No, I think the most important thing you added was, I mean, a lot of stuff there, but very critically that you got to manage your fatigue and you've got to acknowledge that it's real. And, like I say, I feel like with my new role, I get a little hall pass on my job causes fatigue. But as a dispatcher, it was 100% lifestyle. It was 100%. I was not managing. There would be things that came up. There would be like those kind of just those little transient or those just like acute things where you just had a few days where things went off the rails in your life and you were trying to manage a few things. But usually it was because I got my rhythm off. I decided I had 3 days off and I wanted to go do something, and it took me a while to get back on my sleep schedule. Those were the fatigues I was dealing with. I will admit, my very first year dispatching, I made really questionable decisions. I was running a business and I had a really crap schedule and I had to do a lot of trading and I was able to trade off what I needed, but there was a kind of a trade-off that I had to deal with, which for 3 months I completely jacked up my sleep. And it was interesting because the first like 2.5 months I was fine and people would be like, how are you doing it? And I'm like, this is the easiest thing I've ever done. It's so easy, la la la. And then that kind of cumulative thing hit me. I walked into into work one morning, and Steve Galdamez, who you'll meet next week, who will be an instructor in person, he looked at me and he goes, his thing is calling everybody dog. And he's like, dog, are you okay? And I just started crying. And I'm like, no, I am not okay. And I had just pushed my body too far. I'd pushed my mind too far. But it wasn't my job. It was because I had made some lifestyle choices with functionally doing 2 jobs for that summer. And it was rough. But I can't even really blame my job. It was this kind of what I chose, but I felt like I needed to do. And so, but fortunately I only had a couple of weeks that I was in that rough space, but yeah, it absolutely affects everything. But I think, like I say, taking it seriously, and I know there would be times because, like I say, pilots, they get to use that F word a little bit. We call the fatigue the F word, because they have a very different situation going on in their awareness level. And they do have weird schedules too, and do very bizarro things as far as their flying times, and may fly early one day and late, and it gets weird. But as a dispatch supervisor, I remember when people would call and, well, I'm just tired, I'm fatigued. It was usually got the side eye because, my attitude was, well, why didn't you go to bed on time? But, we took the call and moved on. But I think, just like Derek says, like actually acknowledging this and managing it and realizing that lifestyle fatigue is way more a part than the actual job part of the fatigue. So lots of stuff you can do. And like I say, I'm fortunate that, I do have a puppy who has adjusted to my schedule, but, especially those of you with kids and families and things like that, I know it does get a little bizarre. So like I say, being consciously aware of it. And I say the benefit in aviation is I think you get the schedule that works out better in your lifestyle for whatever that is, night, morning, or whatever, days off, or however it works in your family. It's not forever before you get into that space. You just have to manage it while you're getting there. So, okay. So we talked about this in the FARs, right? So we can't be assigned more than 10 hours of duty time, correct? Does everybody agree with this? Thumbs up, thumbs down? Okay. Can we work more than 10 hours? Okay, we got some more thumbs up going on. We can. So there could be those IROPs. Derek was just mentioning those. So we can't be planned. So they can't schedule me to work 14 hours tomorrow. But if I do work, 11 hours or 12 hours because of a really uniquely bad day, that's not that big of a deal. Does anybody remember? Because we're going to pull it up next. Does anyone remember what the rule is if I do work more than that 10 hours? Or between my shifts, how much time must that be? Anybody really want to throw it in the chat?
8 hours rest.
Okay, perfect. 8 hours. We got to have that 8 hours of rest in between. I'm here to tell you that once we get into that space, 8 hours of downtime between the shifts is not enough for me. It's, because you don't sleep that whole time. So I'm not going to personally redline that and pick up shifts in a way that you can smash it all together to work more. I like to stick with a regular schedule, but that's me personally. But like I said, I've been known as a dispatcher to work a bit longer for whatever was happening. I do know that working for SkyWest, I was sent out as a dispatcher on a couple of weird projects. I was strangely sent to a station last year for a couple of weekends to help out with some things, but that was the reminder from our director every morning was, he'd check in, how's it going? And he'd be like, remember you are on dispatch rules. You do need to tap out at 10 hours. So strategize your schedule well, or make sure you're getting that rest that you need. So, I wasn't in operational control at that time. We were still following those rules. You have a question? No?
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say that, that's actually been a big thing that's been popping up lately. Is when you're out doing your familiarization rides as a dispatcher, anytime you do a company required job as a dispatcher, you are on duty time. So those 10 hours on, 8 hours in between shifts does apply. That there's going to be some guidance coming out in the next little bit, kind of outlining that a little bit more, but there's been some, I wouldn't say some airlines that are skirting the rules a little bit, but there was a little bit of miscommunication, a little bit of misunderstanding what the federal regulations were and how to comply with those. But yeah, so for example, when you go out and do your jump seating, your 5 hours a year, if you take a flight and you have a layover that's 3 or 4 hours, be careful, because it's kind of hard to do it with 10 hours, especially at like somewhere at SkyWest. But if say you're coming up on 9 hours that you've already flown and you have an hour and a half flight, that's going to put you over that 10-hour limit. So you might have to sit in the back and not count it, or things like that. So just be cognizant of that. Like Lindsay said, when she was out doing it duty for the airline, she's technically, if she's a dispatcher, even though she's not doing dispatch operational control at that point, it's still going to be considered.
Yeah, so like I say, so that situation was, we were having some unique challenges in Aspen, and this was holiday times last year, and I was kind of sent because I was from there, and I joke and say mostly because I had a place to stay. And the second reason is because I'm just kind of bossy and I don't mind taking over and like just telling people what to do, I guess. I don't know. But there was no agenda, but we just needed to get eyes on it. We needed to communicate, and we needed to figure out how to solve the problem during this really busy holiday thing, because it was getting a little spicy with ATC and some situations with the station and all these things. But yeah, it was, and I had to, because that first day, I will say, I probably, I worked a really long day, but I had to be reminded, to kind of check in with that. I do have in my new role, I have certificated dispatchers that do help out. We call them mission planners, but they are certificated. When they're not doing that, they'll help, they will do dispatch desks. But even like my coordination team, they'll see me put in the chats, hey, duty time. And one of the girls just asked me the other day, they're like, why are you yelling duty time at him? And I'm like, because he's at 10 hours and I need him to go home. He's a dispatcher. So like taking care of that. But I feel like it was an eye roll thing for me at one point, like, oh, come on, I can manage my own schedule. But now I feel like, no, this is wisdom behind this. Like, let's not get people chronically fatigued. Let's not get people in a bad position. I think I've been a little lucky in that jump seating. Like, I don't try to do all that jump seating in one day and just massively get it done, try and smash it all and have the least amount of time spent for it. I do a lot of where I just happen to use it to commute, so it works out for me. But this new rule will change things for me, that I will have to strategize that on a day that I already didn't work 10 hours and then go take a jump seating or a flight to log one in. So it will probably change the way I do things as well, but it's all good. I can still, do what I need to do. But it's also, Brian.
So just to clarify then, if let's say you have already done your 5 hours, for the year or whatever, and you are just commuting, but there happens to be just a jump seat available, are you considered on duty then, even though you're just trying to get home?
That's actually
the natural consensus. I'll take that real quick.
Yeah, go say, Derek,
natural
this is for you.
As long as you're not doing your 5 hours, yes, you're a required crew member, but you're not on the company's dime, so to speak.
Okay.
You're not doing your required 5 hours, so it's a little different. Each airline might be a little different. Some airlines might just say, do you know what, we're not even going to mess with that, and don't do it. But as far as we're concerned, the current leaning right now is, as long as it's not part of the 5 hours, go for it.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Yeah.
But also be cognizant if you're coming, like, don't stretch it. Like, say, hey, I need to take the 5 a.m. flight to make it back and then work a dispatch shift. You're going to have possibly some issues. One, in case the flight gets delayed and you're late. So there are some watch out language in there, but yeah, as far as legalities, you should be good.
Cool. Yeah, I'm thinking more of like headed home kind of thing.
So I would say, like, in my situation, when I was going to Aspen a lot, so if I worked at 2 a.m. and then the only seat to get me home on Friday night was a jump seat, I would probably not be counting that as my jump seat hours, right? I would just be, that's a commuter thing. That's me traveling. I just have a different seat. But then Sunday, when I was coming home, I hadn't worked and I wasn't going to go to work. And, and I was coming home on the first flight, then that would be an hour. Like I would, mark down or whatever I would kind of claim, because it wasn't going to interfere with any of my sleep. And that's kind of how, I guess I probably mostly did it anyway. But
yeah, Lindsay's not going to like us here in a little bit when it comes, the new jump seating policy comes out.
I know, because all I've ever had to do, I've always gotten mine done all year, and then I just have one flight in my base month. And I know y'all are changing that. It does not spark joy, but I will still work it out. But Derek, and just because, did you notice I was the first one ever to log a company time in a 121 supplemental?
Oh.
Woohoo! And I was just sharing with these folks. It was really, really cool experience. It was one of the most beautiful days flying. It was perfect, pen clear, gorgeous, really great conversation, gorgeous light. But we did the RNAV visual into Provo, which is stunning. It's the most, it'll trump the approaches into Aspen. It's just gorgeous. So the way you hug along the lake. So it was kind of a cool experience. And then plus I got to see all the ground handling chaos on, one of the flights I now deal with. So it's kind of cool, but yeah, always policies changing. Some, I feel like improve my personal situation. Some I may not like, but at the end of the world, at the end of the day, if the rules change, you just roll with it. This is aviation. And the one thing that you can guarantee in aviation is it will change. That's the one guarantee, is that it won't be the same. So I don't think I get too worked up with, even though I like to tease Derek a little bit about doing me dirty on, taking all my other time away, but it's not going to change the time I actually just jump seat to get home and commute and stuff like that. So anyway, there is that. So, okay. So we do need that 8 hours of rest between any duty assigned. So like I say, if you're a dispatcher working in a dispatch, in that role, even if you're assigned administrative stuff one day, like I say, I was sent to a station. If, like I say, we've got somebody doing this kind of non-operational control mission planning, again, we're always going to do that. You do need that 24 hours of rest every 7 days or the equivalent. I'm also here to tell you, I have done some long stretches. After that many days of working straight on dispatch, you're ready for that break. So I don't think this is one of those things that anybody gets too irritated about, because you're usually a little bit almost cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Your brains, I think there is that physical fatigue that, your body is just not running. But for me, the mental fatigue, when you just, even if you've had enough sleep, you're just not processing in the exact same way. It can be like an emotional fatigue, things like that. Those other types of fatigues, I think, will get you. So you have to be aware of those as well. So, okay. But the question is, the $1 million question here is, does that ensure enough rest if we just follow these rules? Anyone? Let's throw us some answers. Caitlin.
Definitely not, because like you said, with the 8 hours rest, that's not all sleeping. That's just in between the shifts total.
Yeah. So by the time I get home, which isn't immediate, by the time I wind myself down, because if you've just had a busy couple of, few hours, most people can't just walk in and crash out. You can get tired enough that you will, but it's not guaranteed either. And then by the time you have to get into a deep sleep and then get up so you get back to work, again, you don't wake up 8 hours later and magically beam to work. You have to get up and situate yourself and drive in. So it's a whole thing. So definitely it's not. So I think this is the reminder that manage your own fatigue, manage your lifestyle in a way that not only prioritizes your job, but I think moreover than anything, it prioritizes your health and your mental health and your physical health, and, make you a more enjoyable person to be around, because you're just not chronically done. And I personally never want that space on my head that I made poor decisions because I was not managing my time well and my sleep and doing the steps that I could do. And I'm going to trust you. There's been a lot of times that I have, in fact, not managed it well. So, okay, before we go on to the next one, let's go ahead and take another little quick break. Do the 15 minutes again. Everybody good with that? We'll come back 45. We'll do like 2 minutes longer. So get your little snacky snack and all your things, and we'll be back to continue on. Okay, do we have everyone back? So let's throw those cameras back on. You know, proof of life. It's also way better because then we get to know you better for next week. So, okay. So moving back here. Okay, so everybody good on getting your rest? Okay, so we've talked about this quite a bit. So getting better rest, we've talked about a lot of practical things that work. Tracking sleep, this sounds like a crazy thing. I don't think everybody has to get a fancy tracker. I will say it was a game changer for me because, again, I just really had no clue. And anytime you get feedback, but even just a pen and paper and keeping track of stuff is going to help you notice, you know, like even if you simply take 3 minutes in the morning and be like, man, I slept like crap. What was the problem? You know, like what happened leading up to sleep last night? Well, you know, I had some nachos and a milkshake, you know, at 10 o'clock when I went to bed at 10:30. You know, weird things will happen, you know, when things happen. So just kind of keeping track of stuff like that. Like I say, there's phones, there's, you know, the Fitbit things, there's now home mattress systems that track your sleep, which is getting like crazy, right? I do wear a wearable tracker, and it's, like I say, what that did for me is it's given me biofeedback so that I can start to really look that even the nights I get more sleep and it's kind of become a game by myself is, you know, did I get my heart rate variability? Did I get my, you know, my deep sleep and my REM sleep? Because that's what I realized when I started tracking is my REM sleep was pretty decent, but I was getting sometimes even after 8 hours of sleep, I was getting like 14 minutes of deep sleep, which is the restorative stuff, which puts your body back together and your brain back together. So I was sadly lacking that. So it was not, like I say, it's not for everyone. Not everybody may be able to invest in it or whatever, but figure out a way to start connecting the dots. Learn to go to sleep as quickly as possible. A bad habit I really had to break was I used to, I called it, you know, I need to turn something on for listening. So in one hand, I can't actually stay awake in a movie now because I've conditioned my brain to think that if there's something on the TV playing that it's time to go to sleep. So I kind of screwed myself up that way, but also I was not having deep sleep. So that was a habit I did have to break of myself. So, you know, again, keeping the ambient noise and things like that, but, you know, flickering lights and weird stuff like that. Naps. For me, this is one of those things that I try not to do a lot. If I nap personally, it's because I'm in such a sleep deficit that I definitely need it. And usually for me on those days, I usually wake up and can go right back to bed. And napping does kind of, especially if you work weird times. And, you know, Derek, if you're still on, I can't to the life of me remember if it was you or Jake, but when I was first starting out as a dispatcher, and I know it was one of you two, I just can't put it together, but I did take a nap. But I woke up at that twilight time where I wasn't sure if it was tomorrow or if it was tonight. And I actually made it all the way into the office wondering why nobody called me in, because it was like 7 o'clock and I was supposed to be there like at 4 or something. And
I think that might have been me.
Advisor mocked me like, what are you even doing here?
That's all right, because I've gotten phone calls before saying, "Hey, I'm on my way. Just, I'm almost there." And I'm like, "Dude, what are you talking about?" It's like, "Well, I'm 30 minutes late." I'm like, "No, you work. It's 7 p.m. You don't work until 7 a.m. You know."
Yeah.
So yeah, it happens.
Yeah. So, you know, like I say, I did make it all the way into the office. I'm like brushing my teeth, looking like a crazy person, you know, whatever, in the car. But, you know, like I say, that's like naps can get you really disoriented. Like I say, I choose not to. I think where they would really hurt me is like when I was working those 2 a.m.s and I would come home and sleep for an hour because then I would wake up. So You have to strategize those. Now I feel, because I choose not to do it, usually if I do, it's because like I'm in a massive deficit that I've got to correct. So try to, watch those types of things. Consistent sleep schedule, I think, is the hardest. Because again, you want to be, normal on your days off and go do things with normal people or whatever. I do feel, for me personally, the limited time that I've worked at night, it is somehow easier to keep that sleep schedule. And that's just my perception. And like I say, I have very limited time working at night, but it was, again, because you can still sleep in and you can still hang out with everybody who wants to go out to dinner and the movie and do all the things because again, people do stuff in the evenings typically. So I think that's a little bit easier, but again, it's got some other trade-offs as well. But keeping that schedule, I do find when I was doing the 2 a.m.s, that it sounds really crazy, but I did a lot of my travel going to Europe and I never got jet lagged because you actually woke up in Europe on the time that I woke up normally here. So I kept my schedule and then I'd come back and just keep on it. So I didn't get messed up either way. When I went to the West, that's when I got a little sketch for me. So keeping that schedule makes a huge difference in everything. Not eating late before bedtime. Like I say, we've talked about a few of these things just in kind of the ideas we've had. Caffeine is a big one for me. I think Derek mentioned like 4 or 5 hours. It's honestly longer than that for me to get my brain to shut down so that I get deeper sleep and more restorative sleep, not just average sleep. But especially like letting your body kind of process that food so that, again, it can do what it's supposed to do by resting and, what is that, rest and digest type thing where you've got to be able to kind of change your nervous system over. I'm also what I eat. I've learned, and this gets weird, especially on days off when you want to go hang out and do some things. I've found that for me, eating heavier at night, even if a couple of hours before bed, it still disrupts my sleep a little bit. So, but, you say that the biohacking space, I think, is kind of a lot of information out there. Sleep is a big part of it. And I have learned a lot by listening to some of those and trying some of them. I don't have time, honestly, to do all of them, but these small things have made a difference for me. Stress management. This one is not good for me. It's good for me, but it's hard for me. Like I've got a monkey mind. I feel like I kind of spit a lot of stuff out. So this can be a lot of things for a lot of people. Like we told you also, when you come next week and you're in person, take an hour and get outside in beautiful St. George. Like that can be stress management. That's kind of my thing. Like I say, go walk the puppy and, get outside, or, people will do meditate or yoga. For some people, it's exercise. Like go, there's a lot of fun things to do. It's going to help your brain retain information next week, but it's going to manage your stress when you're doing all of these things. Like I say, it may not be sitting still and meditating. I've actually utilized a nerve stimulator. I know it sounds crazy. We call it my zapper. And I can actually program it to help me with stress, to help me, like, if I'm getting myself spun up. I also set it, it's one of my things that helps me spool down at night to kind of get my mind to stop. And I've actually now set it so that if it feels me stirring in the night, it starts zapping me. And I don't really feel it, but it just kind of calms my nervous system down. So there's weird stuff out there. I don't know that works for everybody. It's worked for me, but there's all kinds of things to help that stress management. But being able to let go and not think about work and I think even our problems in life, sometimes we just have to step away from them. I know when I've had extreme personal issues outside of work, sometimes going to work was my stress management because it got me away from that. I think anytime you can redirect your thought and fully engage in something else, which is, again, why exercise is so powerful, right? It's really hard when you're pushing your body hard to think about what's wrong because you're kind of focused on the next step or the next move. Out in nature, like going on hikes, like I say, utilize St. George next week. You'll find that you retain You process information, you attach concepts, things better. If, you know, you're not doing this all day, but like I say, in an hour, you know, go do something on that weekend in between. At least spend a couple of hours doing something that's not this. Because like I say, it just helps you control alt delete a little bit. So, okay. So, again, getting in to that applied dispatch space. Okay, so what would skill fatigue be? I kind of like that we put all these crazy plane crashes in these. This is what not to do if you're fatigued. So, what would we consider like skill fatigue? Anyone? I actually gave you a good example earlier of the other day when I was really fatigued. Okay, so you've got some sort of disruption on, you know, skills. Okay, so a lot of stuff we do habitually, right? We've talked a lot about, you know, once you get organized and you start getting on a desk or the job, wherever you are, kind of becoming a certain creature of habit. I think there's a lot of benefit to that. It, you know, it keeps you organized. It also helps in these moments when things are stressful, that it's not, you know, fumbling for information. I think that can become a huge stress, you know, instigator is, you know, here I've got a pilot that wants this and I don't know how to find that information because it's lost somewhere on my computer. Hey, generally a bad idea. But generally those skill things, so we want to become that creature of habit. But we can also get in a space where we have too much coming at us. We're going to have timing disruptions. We're going to have that our rhythm is going to be disrupted for whatever reason. And we're just not going to handle things smoothly. Now, practice helps. Wisdom helps. Getting to the point that you're not disrupted by things as easily helps. You know, we've talked a little bit about that, you know, I remember beginning dispatching feeling like every skill was so hard, or, oh my gosh, I have to think through, how do I get that burn? And what is my steps? And then I got to the point that you could always kind of do it, half not paying attention. Okay. But you can get in that place where you are so generally fatigued that you're just not able to connect the procedural dots. So you've got to be aware of these disruptions, and whether it's like fatigue, tired, or is it you also just tired of clicking through? We've talked about a little bit, you know, you'll find after a rough day, that last couple of releases, they're just seem harder for some reason, you know, just kind of going through the process, or, you know, one more question or whatever it was. So, you know, like when you're getting to that point that, like I say, this happens not on those easy dispatch days, but the ones that are rough, where you just forget things you're normally going to forget, or normally going to remember. You know, like, have you ever like forgotten a word that you use every other day or every day, and suddenly you're looking at somebody and you can't remember the color green or something? This is kind of that like disruption that's going to happen to you. I think, Brian.
I have a question. Well, obviously, sorry. Speaking of fatigue, no. Do you get assigned all of your flights for the day at the beginning of the day, or can some come in? I mean, I know under extraordinary circumstances you could get handed over somebody else's flights, but do you get more flights handed to you later on in the day, or do you have them all up front?
I would say yes and yes. So I'm speaking for SkyWest. I know that like different airlines have different ways the flights are divvied out, or how things are going to go. Like I know, for instance, like Hawaiian has a desk where you never work up a flight, but it's heavy on flight following, things like that. But like for SkyWest, the majority of our desk it's randomly assigned, and it's typically the majority of it is going to be there when I start. However, if there's a sick call and they may have to spread a bunch of those flights, those are going to end up coming in. They may have a rough day and they may just reach out. The dispatch supervisor will say, hey, who can help me out? You know, I've got a few flights that need a home. So you may get a few extra in there, you know, because you can volunteer and you're able to. I'd say for us, the majority you have, but they will pop up. They'll pop up.
Yeah, and the reason I ask is I was just thinking, you know, I could see how, you know, maybe towards the end of, you know, towards the last few hours of your shift, I could see how maybe complacency could maybe start to set in. If you feel like everything's under control, you know, you had all your flights, you dispatched all of them, everything seems smooth, and I don't know. So I was just wondering that, you know, whereas if flights kept coming to you, you know, that maybe kind of keeps you on your toes a little more. But I was just curious about that.
Well, I mean, I think it can be a couple of, you know, depending on the moment. I think kind of getting a surprise can wake you up a little bit, and you could get that complacency when, you know, it's kind of just going a little smooth and then, you know, you're not paying attention. But I also think you can have that flip side where you've been hammered with a really hard desk. That's one of the, I feel like it's one of the things I do like about like SkyWest, that because it can feel weird at sometimes, like there's a benefit of the airlines that do like regional, like I do all of the flights to, you know, between this city area or whatever, because you know those cities so well and you know everything that pops up and you don't get a lot of surprises. So I think that's got some cool benefits. One of the nice things where ours is random is you will be a little protected. Like, you know, Denver went down today. It was a rough day in Denver. Well, if you have all Denver flights and that's all you have all day, like, you know, you may leave crying. Where, you know, we just have a few, right? So it's kind of dispersed out. However, it's really interesting because I've had days where I've heard everybody around me like literally losing their minds and freaking out with things. And I'm like, I haven't had a hard flight all day. Like I only have 2 alternates on my desk. Like this has been the easiest thing ever. Or flip side where it's like you feel like everybody around you's got an easy desk. So you do have those. I do know, like I say, in SkyWest we'll do this, that, you know, if I'm having an easy desk and the person next to me is hair on fire, I'm going to say, hey, chuck me over some of those flights. Let me work them up for you. Or, you know, just even send me some. I'll just take care of them for you, whatever it is, like how to back each other up, things like that. But does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, that's great. I appreciate it.
So yeah, there's a lot of ways that, you know, and like I say, every airline has a little bit different quirks on how they do things. But another cool thing I'll sell you on dispatches is I do really think for the most part, we're all kind of in it together. And we do help each other out. Like, I feel like people have helped me out on desks when I need some time. And there is going to be a time and place where you reach out to whoever your supervisor and like, you know, my desk is bleeding. I don't know where to start. I mean, I remember the one point when I reached out specifically and I'm like, I can't manage all of this. I have lost all operational control. And it was like, what can I help you with? Because the whole room's burning down. So just do what you can, do your best, and keep moving forward. So like I say, you have to juggle a lot of that. And sometimes I think that inherent stress of, you know, having a messy desk and everything popping at you all of a sudden, I think this gets you into some of this strange fatigue place where you're just kind of, your nervous system is so spun up and you are so hyper vigilant because you don't know what's coming up and you almost can't prioritize. So those are those minutes where sometimes it's like you just have to take a breath, even if it's close your eyes for 30 seconds and reset yourself. Those things will help kind of come back into this, for me anyway, get into a space. I know that's maybe the time I need to walk over and just fill my water cup or something like that, just to stretch my body and move, even if, you know, I don't have a full minute to do it, but if I've got a few seconds, it'll help. But like I say, once things start and get weird, and whether it's because you have too much work or not enough work or whatever it is, I'm gonna start coughing again. I am eating lozenges. I'm eating my weight in lozenges today. I suspect I'll have no voice tomorrow, but aren't you glad you won't have me tomorrow? You don't have to deal with my coughing. Sorry. But anyway, like I say, the minute you become compromised, you've got to figure out a way to bring it back in together, or you've got to kind of seek some help in that moment. That disrupted situational awareness. There's so much value to situational awareness in dispatching, in my opinion. Like I say, we've talked about this a little bit, like listening to somebody else in the room, mentioning there's a problem, because again, I've lost my space and I don't really know where I am. And suddenly somebody says, Chicago, Denver, whatever, and I can zero back in on that. Being able to reach out to my peers or hear what somebody has talked about, or gosh, there's a disabled aircraft on the runway. Well, I'm so busy working on these releases getting out that I didn't even see the pop-up that is showing me that there's an issue there. So having that information is like incredibly valuable, if you ask me. So one of the things that's interesting is they'll talk about like fatigue. That self-assessment does not necessarily always match performance tests. And I feel like this is a space where you need to become self-aware. Like Derek said earlier, you've got to manage your own fatigue, because like I say, I know for me, I can push through and maybe, take a test and be okay, but it will not show the whole picture of where I am with zoning out, or where I am with situational awareness, or all the stuff that I can't measure on paper until something bad happens. It's still a lot of guesswork into finding that space. So for you, noticing the skills, noticing when, like I say, we talked about this. What did I say? It was yesterday or the day before or something, that I was trying to build flights. I wasn't even dispatching. I was just putting them in our system. I could not for the life of me do it right. I had to do it like 4 times. And it was like, oh, come on. Because I was having all this disruption, and it was fatigue, and I needed to do a different skill for a minute, because I had just been clicking through too long, and I just needed to see a new set of scenery, and I need to do something. But again, could I have answered questions and passed a test at that point? Possibly, but it didn't mean I was doing any good at my job. So I think, like I say, that self-awareness is, I want to say I've been marginally good at self-awareness. I feel like dispatching has made me step into more self-awareness, because I have to pay attention, because there's kind of bigger things I have to pay attention to. So, okay. So some of the symptoms. Are you fatigued? So yawning, you guys probably have all these. Heavy eyelid, micro sleeps. I kind of like this one. I think this one's scary in driving and things like that. Like I said, I feel like that yawning, that moving, you're constantly having to kind of stretch or whatever. You're nodding off. You've all been in that space where you're just so tired, but you can have these other things. You can have headaches. You can have nausea. You can have, just weird, like I just don't digest well when I'm really tired. The reaction time. I mean, this is why it's such a big deal when you're driving and things like that. You just don't take the information in and spit it back out quickly enough, because your brain is tired. It's not working. General, I think this is the one that gets me the most, is that just general lack of energy. Like you stare at the stairs and you're like, I don't know how I'm going to get up those. So I feel like the mental symptoms are some of the ones that I think we really have to pay attention to, because it really affects our jobs a lot. So, lapses in intention. If I'm not paying attention as a dispatcher, it can be an issue. I don't communicate stuff. Like have you noticed that, ever had that day where it goes through your head and you didn't quite communicate it out your mouth? It didn't actually get to the person it needed to be to. often due to fatigue, and that can be that task fatigue too. You got so many things going on and you're not communicating well. You don't anticipate things in the same way. You just make weird mistakes, even on things that you shouldn't make mistakes on because you've done it a million times. Just general forgetfulness, concentration, poor decision making, and that can be, work related, outside of work related. I feel like for me, I also will add into that not just poor decision making, almost like I get deeper into analysis paralysis where I just can't make a decision. It's just like, which way do I go? It's harder for me to do that. There can be like emotional fatigue signs that you're going to come up with. Just you're in a funk. You just don't want to be there. You can get grumpy, irritable. I think the things that get me are like the motivation and stuff like that. Those are not the ones that show in me personally the most. I think, who was it? It was Caitlin that you were saying that like you withdraw, or maybe I'm mixing people up, but like you withdraw and you have to kind of force yourself when you're stressed or tired or things like that to get out into the world. So that for me, I think the two kind of emotional things that come up is I get a little scratchy. I'm not quite a gem to work with. And number two, I just get weirdly emotional and I just can't process the emotions. So I may be joking with you and happy, but crying, and it's just kind of how it is. It's just like some sort of dissonance that's going on. So again, learning your signs to know, I'm in trouble before you're in actual trouble. Know that it's coming in. So I'm going to be honest. I don't do a lot with like keeping my score. Okay, so there's fatigue risk index out there. You can do all these things. You can get on Google and it can tell you how tired it is. For me, I need to look at my symptoms. So again, am I just getting scratchy and snapping at people? And am I crying for no good reason? Am I making huge mistakes at work? Am I just not handling things well? Do I literally lay in bed trying to wake up thinking I'm not going to do it? I mean, I've had those mornings where I'm like, nope, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to get up. And then after 20 minutes, like, okay, fine, I'll do it. But if I'm finding that fight, those are the things that to me are going to score me high versus the actual doing the numbers. So I'm going to say that the number test doesn't work for me, but if you need a metric, jump on and look on this thing. So like I say, if you have several of these things happening, keep an eye on yourself. At some point you got to have someone keep an eye on you. I will admit you could get tired enough that you probably should say, hey, don't let me drive or don't let me do crazy things. So if you need a babysitter, get one, but better yet, take care of yourself before you get to this space. So $1 million question there. What should you do if you realize you're fatigued? And not rhetorical question. Hop on in here. Give us the answers.
You need to fess up. Let somebody know. Let your supervisor know.
Okay.
Or your coworkers know, because it doesn't get any better with silence.
No, absolutely. It doesn't get better with silence. What else? Caitlin.
Make an adjustment to your routine to try to get more sleep, better rest.
Take personal responsibility. I'm going to be a big fan of that. You got to acknowledge it and you've got to make a change. You just cannot keep going like that, or at least not for the long term. Your body will at some point give out on you a little bit, or you'll make a critical mistake that you will potentially regret. So, big things. Other things. Anything else anybody can think of? I would add, use it as a wake-up call. Make some, make those changes that you need. So, okay. All right. How much do we think human error causes problems in aviation?
A lot.
A lot. What would be some sources of human error?
Fatigue's definitely up there.
Okay, so that can be a creator. Yeah, fatigue. What other things? There's going to be a lot of different reasons that are out there. Brian.
When you recommended that guy, the mentor pilot, and that guy on YouTube, I started listening to some of his videos, and along with fatigue, usually it's there was a lot of the pilot was kind of feeling like he knew best, and the first officer wouldn't speak up, kind of thing. It seemed to happen a lot.
Okay, so not having not speaking your mind or not having the conversation, I think sometimes can come from even lack of confidence per se, or not wanting to buck the chain of command, or however it works. There could be a lot of different things. So it's a good one. What else? What other ideas? Rebecca.
I think not following procedures or checklists. I feel like there's a checklist for everything, but if you haven't encountered something until like recurrent, you might not know that there is a checklist for everything.
Okay, so you kind of hit on two things there, right? So not doing what you're actually supposed to or what we've been trained to do for whatever reason. That could be a lot of different reasons, right? Or maybe we didn't know what to do, right? So would that fall under maybe say training, information, education? Okay, what else? Any other thoughts on that? Yeah, there can be a lot of things. Like I say, I can be in a poor decision-making space. I may not have the education. I think there's a difference between knowledge and wisdom. Knowledge is those basic facts that we can string together. Wisdom is how to process those quickly and how to have good decision-making skills. Like I say, I was a much better dispatcher after I'd had a couple of bumps and bruises and I'd learned some valuable lessons, or I had some stressful situations that I could have handled differently and I learned from those. So being able to just have that experience, that wisdom, I think human error can come from, like I say, just flat not knowing. Like I say, those emergency response, those committees, like those ASAPs and things like that. That's why we have those, so that we can identify what's creating the root problem. Is there something that we need to focus on for training? Is it people are just being lazy? I think that's, or distracted doing certain things. I think it's important, especially on those down days that I shouldn't be scrolling social media while I'm at work. Am I just distracted so I'm not paying attention? That's going to create human error. So those are all these going to be types of things. And like I say, it can be induced for a lot of reasons. Lack of knowledge, too much knowledge, complacency. I think, like I say, that analysis paralysis, where you don't know what to do with the information that you're seeing. All of these different things will lead up to it. Just even stress in the moment. There's all kinds of human errors. So kind of going through these. So our decision errors, inadequate planning. I feel like it's a the thing every dispatcher has to learn is that fuel in its own right is not a plan. You know, being able to plan and strategically and take the information you have and make a proper flight that accounts for as many possibilities as you can come up with without just saying, fill her up, you know, Joe, let's see how it goes. You know, so, but planning well kind of organizes things that way. Honest mistakes. We're all going to make them. You're all going to probably violate a FAR at some point. You're all going to file an ASAP. You're all going to miss an alternate. You're all going to, you know, you're going to have these things happen. We've all done it. And if you haven't, you're probably not being honest with yourself or others. So it's going to happen. The point is what do you do to not make that same mistake twice? You know, and that's where it becomes like that honest mistake where it's just, you breezed past something. You got in a hurry, you know. I let a captain once just fluster me. I had a bunch of amendments going on. It was just a busy moment. And a captain was just being squirrely on the phone and just, no, do it. And he was kind of yelling and I was frustrated. And so I just, here's your release, go. And I missed something. And like I say, like letting people, it was an honest mistake, but what I learned from it is okay to say, just give me a minute, sir. I'm going to get this to you right away, you know, taking those things. So, you know, skill-based errors. Do we not have the skills? In aviation, you will continually learn. I learn something new every dang day. Sometimes it's big things, sometimes it's little things. I think when I became a dispatch supervisor, that was probably one of the most humbling things is, you know, I think that was probably my scariest job to take that first week because I just did not feel ready to be on that desk by myself. And it seemed so overwhelming to me. And of course, I was there at 2 a.m, which means if I couldn't solve a problem, I had to wake people up, which is not enjoyable. And I remember calling that very first time my boss and saying, I don't know the answer to this question. And his response was, I've never seen that before, which was very, very eye-opening to me, but also humbling to me that, gosh, here's a person who's done this for 20 years that's saying, hey, this one is a weird one. This is a little different. Let's figure it out. And I think in aviation, more than a lot of industries, I'm sure there's other comparable industries in this, but I think more than a lot of industries, you develop a very large figure it outer muscle. And that's how you get good at it, is when you take the unknown, break it down with what you do know, and connect the dots back into something that works. So when we are doing these skill-based type things, we either don't have the skills or we're missing that procedure or there is a best practice. You know, like I say, when I first learned dispatching on an actual desk, you know, we did things based on what the best practices at the time were. Those evolved. We do it very, very differently now because we keep, you know, evolving tools that will just get stuff out there. You know, okay, we found all these mistakes that are out there. We'll build a tool so that's not a mistake anymore. Get rid of some of the human errors that we can. Unconscious errors. I feel like this can kind of come into a couple of different space, right? I didn't even know I'm making an error because I don't know it's an error in the first place. So it's like just not even on my awareness. I also think this comes from that space of you, I guess, zoned out a lot of it. Like I would take like reading weather a little bit, where your mind, the front part of your mind is not really like capitalizing on all the information and you're just training your eye to look for these little tricks, which is kind of the survival skill in this space. But I think sometimes we can be processing so much information that we just miss some of it. So I think it's just like our brains is kind of skipping over some things. And so sometimes we do have to slow ourselves down and get stuff there. What would be a perceptual error? What's perception? We can start there. Trevor.
Like your viewpoint. So maybe you see it differently than the situation than it actually is.
Okay. Yeah. So we're perceiving something. So we all have the benefit of being human. Yahoo. We all have the benefit of our past experiences, our past awareness, our knowledge base, just how we've moved through life. We all wear glasses somehow, these invisible glasses that are the lenses we look at life through. That's our perception. I feel like even having a conversation as a new dispatcher, half the time, like pilots would talk about stuff and I'd have to, like, they would go so fast and I'd have to be like, can I put you on hold, sir? And like, okay, what does this mean? Things like that. Like, I didn't have the frame of reference of what they were talking about to be able to really adequately communicate, because we were looking at things from two different angles. I think that's one of the important reasons that we spend time in a jump seat, right? So that we do start to see things eye to eye a little bit. You know, I got my way. I'd put some pilots for a few hours in a dispatch chair. I doubt that'll ever happen, but you know, the pilots that do come in and want to sit with the dispatcher for a little bit when they're passing through, they do learn a lot as well. But it's having that perception because we're sitting in a different viewpoint. I also think attitudes can change some perceptual errors. Like if I've decided a certain pilot is a jerk and I never want them to deal with their flights, there is a good chance that I probably won't even give him a chance to be nice one day because I'm so used to him being a jerk for whatever reason. So it's just, we have a skewed perception of reality on any of things like that. We're also going to have, you know, this is really going to fall into that space of like that situational awareness. Are we sitting back and taking it all in? I am the first to jump to a conclusion. It's definitely something, like I say, I'm an actor. I'm not actor like, you know, on the stage, but like I act. I sometimes jump in with both feet and I build the parachute on the way down. That's kind of how I functioned as a human most of my life. That's creates a certain set of challenges. And so, you know, like I say, especially when I'm intense or I'm fired up about something, I will make errors because I just don't hear all the words. I don't open up my vision to see the whole picture. So that's one thing another thing to consider. So we're going to go ahead and take, before we move on, let's just do a little short baby break, like 10 minutes, do a little stretch, get everybody wiggled, and we'll come up and bring it home. Okay, do we have everybody back? Cameras back on? Proof of life to everybody? Perfect. I'm gonna bring it home. Bring it home. So you can start flight planning tomorrow. Getting their feet wet. It's exciting. I think this point is exciting. So let me get back here. Okay. So exception bias, I already kind of clicked the head there. I think we fall into this as dispatchers a lot. So if we have a strong belief or a mindset, we expect something, we will oftentimes make decisions based on this. You will see this from the crews. We talked about this a little bit at one point where it's like, well, you know, Chicago was a mess and we had all this holding and I had to divert. It was horrible. Well, if the same conditions exist today, we should probably consider that. But if it's totally different conditions today, letting go of what happened yesterday might be something we have to practice. I've kind of shared that, you know, I've had a couple of bad experience with certain alternates and I don't like to use them. Does it mean they're a bad alternate? Not necessarily. Does it mean that they're not a legal alternate? Not necessarily. Does it mean anything really? It just means I don't like it. So I have to be careful when I have certain biases or strong beliefs. I think we all get these in life in general. And sometimes we get tunnel vision because of them. Since everybody is in here grown folks, did any of you, when you became adults, realize that the way you always did it, the way you always knew it, the way your family does it, it turns out is a little quirky and weird? Not in a bad way, but just different. Has anybody ever had that happen? Yeah? Like, I think comfort food is a strange phenomenon because if I gravitate or if I crave comfort food, it's usually interesting because if I eat a little bit of it, I'm like, I don't even really like this, but I was really craving it. You know, these are some of those biases, the things that we just do as a family, as a group, as a individual, things like that. And I think there's a fine line between having my little rituals and the way my desk is set up and everything's organized that way. Moving forward, I think I have to balance that with being open-minded to change, being open-minded to ideas, being open-minded to considering it, doing it a little differently than I've always done it because there might be a better way. Again, like I say, I make my jokes all the time. I don't believe in Denver, but you know, turns out Denver's still going to be there, and it still turns out that I fly through there because it's a great hub to fly through. All of these things, but if I am making my decisions based on that bias, it's a very tunneled view, and I'm going to make mistakes because of that. So, like I say, have you ever been in conversations where you just like to listen for the sake of listening and you don't even necessarily want an opinion? For me, that's a little bit what situational awareness can be, is keeping track of all this bigger information so I can actually consider honestly, is what I knew yesterday just wrong? Because I know better now. I know more information now. You know, is the way my mom cooked the only way? Yeah, she probably did some okay things, but you know, I do totally different things now. I've expanded that bias that I have. So, and I've opened my mind to different things. So it's created new experiences and new decision making and new options and new things like that. We do get into bad habits. It's interesting. So I've had the learning opportunity to kind of manage a small team. And I have learned, I thought habits were, you know, I consider my personal bad habits as, you know, one of those things that, you know, yeah, I'm really bad at breaking those things. But I thought, oh, work habits, it's not that big of a deal. I have learned it's incredibly challenging to break bad work habits. And even if people start practicing doing things, when you get really under the gun, your brain will go back to that habit because that's a sense of safety for some reason. So it's hard to break bias. It's hard to break habits. And especially when we develop bad habits. I was trying to think of who I was talking about this to the other day. We were at work and we were talking about how, why do you do one particular thing? It's like, well, because that's the way my trainer did it. That was my first introduction to this. And all of us that were in this small group talking had some weird thing that we had to break because it was just generational weird stuff that we passed on. Some of the stuff didn't matter. Some of it was like, well, it's probably not a best practice. But again, they'd picked it up from somewhere, and we kind of, like I say, we do weird things in families. We do weird things in dispatch because we were trained and culturally created to do that. And then we have to really work hard to do it differently. I do know that's one of the things I do, again, have had a great experience with SkyWest in that is they like when you respond well to feedback and you're willing to break bad habits and you're willing to change and grow and learn and do all those things. When you break a habit, has anybody ever really worked hard to break a habit? And when you're doing something very differently, it just feels weird. It just feels different. It's that automatic, that's really what it is. We default into that automatic space where we do it without thinking. I think a lot of our responses are, we think about computer programs, right? So if I build a robot and I tell the robot to wave the hand, side to side, side to side, side to side, well, I'm going to have to go in and rewrite the program, or I'm going to have to break that program and rewrite it if I suddenly want the robot to wave up, down, instead of side to side. That's what a habit is for us. It's just a program. And we have to physically go in and break it, and we have to consider other things. I feel like we start out our dispatching with a set of habits. Hopefully they're good habits, but then we will expand and we'll become better dispatchers as we become willing to consider things that we normally would not have considered, and at least give pause to that and thought process to that. And even better for me is conversation with other dispatchers. I feel like reaching out to other dispatchers and saying, hey, what do you think about this? And if I talk to 3 different people and everybody has a different perception or a different way they're going to solve a problem or a different opinion on that, I'm just going to grow as a dispatcher because I'm letting go of that bias that I have. I'm maybe considering letting go of a bad habit or something that would, just make me better at my job in general because I've got another tool in my tool belt per se. So when we do have this exception bias, like I say, we honestly don't have a lot of rhyme and reason to it. We just make mistakes, or we don't consider solutions because I've closed off the door to that space. So get there-itis. I like this one. Okay, so this is one that we just want to get I feel like we do this in like release generating, right? I just want to get all my releases out and I want to get everything buttoned up and I want to click off task lists and I want to make sure all my boxes are the right color. Whatever that is, like I want to mark it off on the list. I just want to get it done, but I'm not willing to change a plan in spite of these changing conditions. Okay, remember in aviation, everything's going to change. It's going to change quickly. It's the one thing I can guarantee is going to happen is it's going to be different, and not being willing to say, gosh, we have to do it differently. Examples might be, I planned a lovely little flight. Everything organized itself. It looked good. And oh, hello, thunderstorm pops up. Well, I can demand that pilot just keep on flying because I made the plan. Or I can say, well, I got a new set of problems. I got to look for options. Okay. Do I have the burn to get around this? Do I need to drop in somewhere and get fuel? What do I need to communicate to this pilot so that they're safe? What do I know about that storm that's starting to pop up? What motion is it taking? Where is it? Which direction is it going? How fast is it going? All of these different things become, the things that we have to consider. And not be attached to our original plan because our original plan is no longer valid. I mean, if I put a release in the system up to an hour and a half early, in weird weather conditions, there's a good chance by the time that captain's ready to go and they're boarded that my plan doesn't even work anymore because it's, you know, my alternate is no longer legal, or my route is no longer viable, or my fuel planning doesn't work for whatever change is happening. So I think, again, working on the paper side of it, getting those releases out there, it's an important part of our job. In my opinion, that idea of, I guess I look at that as like the heads down dispatching. I'm, you know, clicking off my list. I'm doing my releases versus heads up, where I'm actually watching my flights and I'm paying attention to the changes and I'm communicating that pertinent information and I'm giving them everything they need to feel supported and make good decisions up in the air, as well as help guide them in the direction they need to go. So as things change, I feel like that's, in my opinion, that's almost a bigger part of our job. You know, just again, we have to get the releases out, so that's part of it, but the safety and all of those big things really come in that flight following part. I feel like, you know, sometimes when we get that, we talked a little bit about that fatigue at the end of our shifts. I've only got 3 more releases to send. Just get them out of here. Let me get this stuff passed down. I'm so over today. When we're completing a shift, I think sometimes we just want to get it done. I feel like sometimes when I'm trying to complete even a small task that's given me a little bit of hassle from, you know, I'm struggling with getting a route that really works, or, you know, gosh, I don't want to check if, you know, one more nav aid is in service or whatever it is. I think, again, that kind of falls into that fatigue as well, where it's like you're just wanting this one scratched off your list. But again, in this aviation, we don't have a full scratch off the list until that plane's safely on the ground in a gate and everybody's off. So being able to get rid of the, you know, outside factors that you can, the stresses, the exhaustion, the, you know, fatigue, shaking it off, doing all of those things, but then also like remembering your task at hand. One of the advices I was given by, it wasn't Dre, it was actually the guy who gave my comp check. His thing was you do a task and then you do a lap around your map. And that was his famous saying, lap around the map. And literally it was a way to kind of get you off this one focus of checking off the list. And so I'd get a release out there. I would check everything that could pop up at me. So I'd kind of change my brain. I would kind of switch up what I was doing. I would go and look quickly at each of my flights, kind of click on them, look at their route, see where they were on fuel. Did it kind of make sense based on, you know, gosh, they're only, you know, 15 minutes from getting to where they knew, and they've got all this extra fuel. You know, good job, Lindsay. We didn't run out of fuel. So all of those things, but then I would come back to the task of, you know, those head down, let's generate the new release, but it just disrupted everything a bunch for me, so that every task, every few minutes kind of became new a little bit again. It also gave me what it taught me was that situational awareness. So I wasn't so focused on becoming a release generator. So I feel like that will become a skill that everybody needs to develop at some point, that you balance both sides of it. Because like I say, you can't really have one without the other, but it's easy to get stuck. And like I say, all of these factors that we've been talking to tonight kind of lead into this. Bias blind spot. What might this mean? Diaz? Brian?
You just assume that you know the right thing to do in a particular situation, and so you're not open-minded to other ideas or possibilities.
Yeah. I think all through history of humanity, we have, as humans, we'll get these blind spots. It's probably the root cause of a lot of humanity's problems, that we're very stuck in our way of thinking and we're not willing to look out and see another perspective. So recognizing that we do have bias, and like I say, we have, as humans, we have bias. We have bias because, you know, of the financial circles, the friend circles, the hobbies that we have. You know, it's even, we're having this conversation the other day with people that, you know, somebody was talking about being like a NASCAR fan, and I'm like, I don't want anything to do with NASCAR. Like, I think Formula One is more interesting. It doesn't matter, right? Who cares? It's cars going fast. Doesn't really matter, but we have a bias towards something. We have biases towards food. We have biases towards thought process. We have biases politically, like all of these things. But we're going to get these in aviation. We're going to get them in our job. We're going to get these with the people we work with, you know, and we're going to pass on those judgments of others because, you know, well, I do it this way and it's the right way. Again, I remember in training, I had the privilege, which it was challenging during training, but it was really truly a privilege I kind of bounced around trainers. Like a lot of people had one for the first few weeks and then another one primarily for the next few weeks. But a couple of us kind of ended up in a weird zone where we just kind of traded through. And drawback is there was a lot more change. The benefit was that I would literally I probably heard this from almost every trainer where it was like, okay, how do you want me to do this? And it was always, the answer was, well, I do it the right way. And it was funny because I'd sit back and I'm like, well, that's what the last guy told me. And it was very different than what you want me to do. And so I was able to kind of upfront see that and say that there might be more than one way to get to the end result. Okay, you know, don't violate a regulation, you know, prioritize safety of flight, things like that. But there can be little quirks that just preferences. But that was exactly what I was looking for, is bias blind spot, where my way is the right way. Well, there is a possibility. We always need to be open to the fact that my way is just the way I know right now. So we generally fail to recognize our own biases. Like I say, it's really easy for me to judge everybody else out there and say, yeah, if they just did this, they'd be a better parent, right? Or if they just did this, they would be a better dispatcher, or they would be a better friend. But it's very hard for me to look and say, well, I'd be a better dispatcher if I didn't do X, Y, Z. So realizing in that self-awareness that you do have bias, and constantly opening up your field of vision, asking, learning, reading, paying attention to other things, situational awareness, and just reaching out to other dispatchers and just asking for the sake of asking, and not to argue or not to be right or wrong, just to, what do you think about this? Because I remember my first summer dispatching, those first few months, like, you know, I don't know where this thunderstorm is going to go. Like, you know, what route would you build? Like, it taught me so much about route building just to get other people's perspectives, because 4 people may have built them 4 different ways. So I think this is an interesting statistic. 85% of Americans believe that they are less biased than others, or less biased than average, which is funny because that's a bias in itself. So we are humans and biased, because like I say, we live through those lenses that we walk through the world in, and it takes a lot of effort to change those lenses. Is it possible? Yeah. And we can all grow and we can all do things every day. But, you know, if you have an opinion, you've already got bias. So, but I don't think opinions are a bad thing, but being willing to consider other possibilities, or consider other viewpoints, or consider another perspective, is going to make you a better human. It's going to make you a better dispatcher, because you're going to listen more. You're going to pay attention. You're not going to be argumentative for the sake of being right, you know. And if you want to argue with people, great, do it, you know. But like I say, there's another side out there as well to consider. Okay. Organizational issues. Okay. We already brought this up tonight. Procedural structure. Okay, we're going to reduce errors because of structure, because of checklists. Remember we talked during the systems about like the QRH. Does anybody remember what that is? QRH. Nobody?
Reference handbook.
Say again?
Quick reference handbook.
Quick reference handbook. Great. So what is that?
It basically has all of your emergency procedures tabbed out so you can get to them quickly. It usually has alternate procedures or special procedures like ferry flights, like things like that.
Okay, it could have that kind of stuff, but even more specifically, it's going to be my holy crap procedures, right? It's the, do I want to pilot with a screwdriver in the cockpit, taking a piece apart, saying, oh, I can, if I just catch these wires, I can make it work? Seems like a bad idea, generally, right? We want them focused, and we want them to say, try this, do this, then move on to that. Okay, so it'll say, reset this or hit this button or flip this switch or whatever it is. And if this happens, continue to fly. If this happens, land at your closest suitable. It could say continue to destination and ride up, but it's giving the little step-by-step of everything that we're going to do when something goes wrong. Those types of structure prevent the human error because we get nervous, we get frustrated, we get whatever in the moment. It becomes high stakes. And adrenaline's flowing and all these things. This gives us that simple place. We have procedures for everything. Now, they will change. They will evolve as we learn new things, as we find challenges, we read all the ASAPs, or we have an incident or whatever. We may evolve those to something that becomes a best practice. We love data. I think as humans, we like the data, but aviation, we really like the data because it will say, okay, here's what we're seeing. We realize we've been planning too conservatively. We've not been planning conservatively enough because of the data and the information. We might be getting feedback from, the pilot. So we might switch stuff so that we have better fuel burns or whatever it is. There's a million things out there, but we want these procedures so that we can walk through challenges, we can move through, and we can find information, and we can disseminate information in an organized format. Okay, so we know if something goes wrong, what's next. And, a lot of work goes into this as far as, working backwards, like what comes after this? What comes after this? I had the opportunity to participate in some emergency response training today, which I feel like, and that's what I was talking to our safety director at the end of this. I said, I'm going to be honest, I have more questions than when I came in. And he made a very good point. He said that means this meeting was successful because once we know these gaps, we can fill those gaps. And then you will know what's next and who's doing what after that. But I feel like when we follow those, I think it was one of our instructors clear back when I was, don't quote me on this, but they said, the quote was something like, if you always follow the manual, you are always right. So that's kind of was that point in that, is that until we change the manual, until we do that, do this step by step, communicate with these 5 people. If this happens, then do this procedure, whatever it is. It kind of takes the thought work out of it. It gives you the next thing, which our brains are very motivated to just know what the next step is. Well, you probably, when all the options are open to you, it's almost an anxiety of, well, just give me the next step. Just give me the next thing I can see that I can chew on, because that's something we can functionally move through. So, and if we have those steps, it helps us also prevent missing something, especially we're in a stressful situation, because that's, again, You know, we may be fatigued, we may be stressed, we maybe have all these adverse things that we've been talking about that's going to make poor decision. It kind of gets rid of that thing. So what happens when you don't have a procedure for that? It's something new, it's something different. What do you do? Any ideas? Scream like a little girl, that's an option. Pass it down and close up ship. I'm out. My shift is over. What ideas do you have, or should we play roulette? Trevor.
I mean, it kind of depends on what the situation is, but you know, it could be a situation where you just use your best judgment, or if it's something more serious, you know, probably a good idea to ask someone who has more experience than you what they would do.
Okay, perfect. Now, remember a little bit ago, I shared that I have actually called my boss, and he said after all these years, haven't seen that way again. Okay, so reaching up a chain of command, you know, getting input to information. You know, that's the cool thing is I think a lot of our checklists and procedures come because somebody experienced something and we moved through that. I feel like for me, as I learned more and more about dispatch as a whole, learning about different systems issues or learning about aircraft performance issues or things like that, things that I could kind of tweak and change and alter, you know, things like that. It made it easier to at least attempt things and try things and, you know, say, okay, well, you know, could I mitigate this weight restriction by doing this, that, or the other? There may not be a perfect step-by for it, but if we see that a few times, we can make a step-by-step for it, whatever that might be. So these are great opportunities for feedback. These are great opportunities for, you know, management to say, gosh, we really need to look at this further. This is happening not once in a blue moon, but it's happening once a week. So it will alter things. And so that way you not only change the trajectory of that flight that you're on or that problem you're working on, you can really change the way the company as a whole approaches a certain problem. So it's okay. And that's one of the cool things is I do feel like you're never all, you know, fully alone in this. You're gonna have moments where you feel like the weight's on your shoulders alone, but it's never really that you don't have somewhere to go. So we're always going to look at, you know, safety from the top all the way down. Like I say, we've talked about this. I think we talked about it clear in the beginning that one of the cool things in aviation as a whole is it's not designed to be punitive. It's designed to year after year after year say that this is the safest time in the history of flying because we learned from last year's mistakes. And then whatever mistakes we make this year, we're going to learn from in the future. I feel like I'd worked in industries where, you know, everything was, because we do like to measure and we do like to evaluate and collect data and all of these different things. But I felt like in a lot of industries, it felt like kind of almost punitive, where I don't find in aviation that's what it feels like. I mean, I guess if I don't show up to work and I, you know, don't do like actually be a human about doing what I'm supposed to do, that can feel punitive. But aviation as a whole, like, I don't feel like the FAA walking into SkyWest, and yeah, we can pick on Derek a little bit. You know, I don't feel like he walks in to, you know, mess us up or catch us doing something we're not supposed to, or, you know, make it, you know, like he's this hammer per se. I don't know, babe, maybe Derek, you want us to be scared of you that way, but I feel it's this collaboration in order to continually to improve things. And that's this idea that the organization as a whole will affect every flight. And that, again, let's learn from our mistakes. Derek, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I do think that that's why they hired me, because, you know, I'm 6'7", So you guys will, I joke, I walk in there, I'm pretty intimidating, 6'7", 260 pounds. Well, actually 255 pounds. I've been working on losing a little bit of weight, but no, exactly. That's kind of where we're at. If anybody's been a pilot here, I know there's a few of you. If you've been a pilot for more than 15, 20 years, I know we didn't have the best reputation out there as, on the ramp checks, people would basically, the joke was that it was like you turn on the lights and watch all the cockroaches scatter. You show up, the feds show up on the ramp check and you just watch all the pilots all of a sudden, the people that like to hang out around in the airport and just chat are all of a sudden nowhere to be found. But no, we've really been working really hard to change that image, that it is a collaboration with the certificate holders, airlines, particularly what we call the certificate management office side, where the air carrier safety assurance, AXA, sometimes what you'll hear it called, is we're no longer the stick, and we're implementing the carrot, where we're giving the airlines the tools that they need to be self-policing, so to speak. It's in their best interest to be safe. Nobody's out there wanting to be unsafe as a business model. It just happens to be that sometimes the cost-saving measures are sometimes unsafe. But once that information is being pointed out, that, hey, this is unsafe because of this. Oh, I didn't even think about that. I was just thinking I was saving a couple dollars, not realizing the implications of said trying to save those dollars. Now you're putting your aircraft, putting your pilots, putting your passengers at risk. And now they like, okay, let's take a step back. Yeah, it's probably not good to save a couple dollars at the risk of multi-million-dollar aircraft. So it's at their own best interest to implement those safety management systems. They call it SMS. It's their own best interest to have an ASAP program where, we collect that data. Yeah, they share it with us, with the FAA, but it's de-identified. We don't see who that dispatcher is or who that pilot is, who that mechanic is. We just see it as an incident, or not even an incident, but something that happened. The dispatcher, in this case, in your case, puts out, hey, this is what I think happened. This is what I would do to fix it. And this is, maybe there's something that needs to be fixed company-wide. They put out different solutions, and sometimes those solutions are actually very beneficial for the ERC committee to look at and say, hey, you know what, that actually would probably work. And then they implement it. So, sorry, that was a very long-winded way to say, yes, we're definitely not in there to intimidate people. We're not in there to scare you. I've been with the FAA for over 2.5 years. I have yet to take a dispatch certificate, and I don't plan on doing so. And I will if I need to. If there's obviously what do they call it? If there's criminal activity or something in that nature where you're doing things on purpose, that could warrant certificate action. But generally we're there mainly to make sure that the airline is in compliance, not necessarily the airmen, the certificate, the individuals with the individual airman certificates. We're there more for the airline certificate. Hope that helps.
No, absolutely. And like I say, I think it's that point is that, like I say, I really feel like you have to fall into that willful, wanton, and reckless misconduct for them to take your certificate or like just be a bonehead for the most part that just refuses to actually do their job. You know, like it's designed. I remember, you know, thinking the ASAP program was, you know, oh my gosh, like I could never fill out an ASAP. That'd be the worst thing imaginable. And the reality is all it is giving feedback. You know, it's giving that information that, you know, like I say, then the company might use for our recurrent training because gosh, we've got a whole bunch of, you know, ASAPs in this area. Maybe there's a fundamental misunderstanding that we need to clear up and be clear on. There can be all of these different things that help with these new checklists, or let's do it differently because the way we are kind of looking at it doesn't really work for whatever reason, because we have new data now that's going to give us more information. That's what, like I say, I like about it. I've had some friends that also work like in ATC that said, you know, they've gone very much into the same model, that it's not for punitive unless you're really quite being naughty versus, you know, how do we make this better? How do we make better certificate holders? How do we make better dispatchers, better pilots, better companies? And again, the whole goal is so that a year from now, we will say this is the safest time in aviation history. 5 years from now, we're going to say it again. This is the safest time in aviation history because we have got that model. So I feel like having that support and, you know, that idea that you know, see something, say something, you know, being willing to come to the table with ideas. I've always respected in my job that I've been able to say, hey, I've got an idea. Sometimes it's a bad idea, but it's an idea. Bethany, I see your hand go up.
Yeah, just a quick question before, it's maybe not too related, but just out of curiosity before we get too far. I was at PSA for Pilot ASAP. For us, if it ever came to a rejection or non-acceptance of like an ASAP report, it was then, we called it a Section 18. I don't know if that was specific to us, where it was pretty much given to the company for them to do their own investigation to decide whether certificate action or like company corrective, you know, action would be done. Is that something the dispatch ASAP program has to kind of go through as well, or?
I've never heard of it called a Section 18, but yes, if something is rejected, and you'll hear the big five, the little four.
Yeah.
Or did I have that backwards? Anyway, but like the things that, you know, would exclude an ASAP, you know, the criminal activity, the reckless, I forget all of them, but basically you're doing things that you know you shouldn't be doing. Not just stuff like, oh, whoops, I accidentally sent an airplane to a closed airport. You know, that's, you know, hey, you know, mistakes happen. But actually, hey, I know this is closed. I'm going to send it anyway. And, you know, that's a little different. But, you know, there is cases like that where, yeah, the information will be rejected from the ASAP. I can't remember the last time that happened on the dispatch side. I think it happens more often on the pilot side.
Yeah, I was about to say that's probably my part two of the question, where I guess if it's not as clear, that's a good thing because it means it doesn't happen as often as the pilot side.
Yeah, it's something where that information would be turned over to the company. They call, you know, the sole source, non-sole source. With as far as, and even when I first started, it was very clear on sole source versus non-sole source. Okay, does the FAA know about it outside of the ASAP? Basically is what it is. Well, if the FAA knew about it outside of ASAP, the FAA could still take certificate action if they felt that was necessary. They've kind of con back on that and say, hey, we noticed that our reports started dropping. Let's go ahead and say, hey, no matter what, if an ASAP is filed and it's accepted into the ASAP program, the FAA is going to take, put their hands up and say, the ERC committee, the event review committee is going to look at it, and any corrective action is going to be handled in that. So whether it's coaching by a company representative, something like that, but there was not going to be certificate action as long as a ASAP was filed. So let me just put that out there. It might not be exactly the case with every office, but if an ASAP is filed, we basically say, okay, and we wash our hands of it. The company takes that information and decides, okay, is this a systemic issue? Is this a one-off thing? Do we need to change our policies? Things like that. So I'm not saying it's I hate using the phrase get out of jail free card, but I do like to use that. I wouldn't say it's all, you can't slap that down and say, yeah, I'm safe. No, you could find yourself with a Uno reverse card coming back at you, So, but there have been many times where I found out, I was given a report, something happened, ATC gave us a heads up, hey, this happened. This flight diverted because it was below landing minimums. We go and start investigating it. Oh yeah, it was an illegal release. I'm gonna reach out to the company to get a statement from the dispatcher. 30 minutes later, ping, ASAP's been filed. Okay. And I washed my hands of it. So as long as it was, like I said, an honest mistake and it wasn't done criminally, wasn't done mischievously, there wasn't any mischief behind it. It's a great program for that exact reason. Now, don't go into it thinking, oh, okay, I'm just going to get out of it because I'm going to file an ASAP and saying I was tired and I was really on pain medication, or I took a drink 2 hours before I went to work and went anyway. That's going to be where things get rejected if that comes to light. So still be cautious and be cognizant of that, but just know that we're not out there to just randomly go take your certificates.
Which I think like what, kind of that difference is that idea that it is a get out of jail free card, that it's not from being naughty, it's from just human mistakes, because we're all going to make them. But versus, well, I'm not going to read any NOTAMs and I'm not going to do anything, and I'll just go ahead at the end of the day and fill ASAPs on all 40 of my flights because I didn't want to actually plan them right and I clicked through the buttons. And if I do that every day,
don't do that.
Different idea, then I screwed up. Sorry, my bad. Or, I just missed something. Those are totally different things. Or, like I say, the total willful wanton. But I think it's that idea is that they are protective and they do protect your certificate, but they also give the company feedback to come back and say, like I say, that's common with audits is, we'll go back and talk to dispatchers and say, this is, what you've done well, or this was, oh, hey, why did you plan it this way? And they can even talk to you about either an ASAP or just things they've seen on your releases. And it's not meant to say, you're a horrible dispatcher versus here's what you could do differently. This is, maybe some things to consider, or maybe it is that you have wrong information and you've just been doing it this way all the time. Like I say, I remember one of our instructors that comes in that did work at SkyWest for a while. I remember her saying after a recurrent, she's like, I was trained to do it this way. And I think after this recurrent, I was probably trained wrong. Again, there was no safety of flight. It was just maybe not a best practice, but we do alter and change. And that kind of comes through from that. from the top all the way through. And like I say, I do believe it's the culture of aviation as a whole, especially when we get into the operational control space, which is where dispatch is going to live. Like I say, having been working for even SkyWest outside of the OCC, as well as being at a station and things like that, I felt the focus was very, very different, where it did sometimes feel, I don't think it was designed that way, but it felt oftentimes punitive in a station environment. But I've never, ever felt that, once I was in that operational control space. It's always been, let's just teach you to be better. Let's give you feedback so that you can evolve and you can do, different things that way. So, okay, bringing up some of these last couple of concepts here. Technology issues. Okay, so automation bias is one of the things that's going to get us. Do any of you believe that computers are always going to be better than a human thought? Is that a safe thing to say? Yes, no, maybe, thumbs up, thumbs down. Computers are always better than humans. Okay, we got some thumbs down. I think it's easy to think that. I do think computers do some certain things really, really, really well. You will be glad after you've done 2 weeks of flight planning manually with, doing maths on your, fingers, toes, and your, little calculator. It's going to feel pretty dang nice that a computer is going to do all that for you in the future. However, computers are only going to be as accurate as the data that is fed to them. So there is things that can be missed, even in this AI world, which I think is going to really evolve aviation as a whole. I don't know how, I don't know exactly. I know some little tips and tricks that have started, but I don't think we have any clue where this is going to go. But again, we've got to have the right inputs in. And so believing that the computer might know better than you is a bias that we don't want to fall into. You always want to review your releases. You want to make sure that you're making, scanning the data and you're getting the information so that you're saying, yeah, I like the way the computer did this for me. I like the way that everything has come through versus, this will be a common, thing where something's kind of funky in the system and suddenly you get spit back a really weird flight level that is like crazy low or something crazy. The worst thing a dispatcher can say is, well, that's what Aerodata gave me. Did I look at that and say, does this make sense for this flight? Does all of this information, just because Aerodata kicked back to me doesn't mean I put in all the inputs correctly. So that's kind of one of the things you want to consider is trust your own judgment and trust your own ability to filter data as well. I think there's going to be a little bit, I think the weird stuff where a computer has an experience, that's where the humans get really good, is with decision making in the stressful situations. So we do have a tendency just by nature to favor automated type things, but it's not a catch-all. It can reduce our workload. It can improve things. It can help us in so many ways. However, when we default to it and assume it's just going to plan my anti-ice correctly without me paying attention, like I know at SkyWest, we did a new program where there would be certain times that it would automatically feed the data and plan for us. However, when people weren't paying attention, they would miss it because they just assumed the computer was doing it correctly, but there were some little quirks that you had to play within. So we can also assume the computer knows everything when it's got incorrect or false data points, things like that. I think AI is one of the places where it's going to be a really, really cool situation in the future. However, there's a lot of places it can go wrong if, again, we have incorrect data being fed in. Have any of you guys played with like some of the AI stuff, just the weird stuff? Like you know, one of our people just made a joking like video where it took a picture of him and then it put him in a captain suit and he was walking around the airplane. They shared it with me because they were like, you know, talking bad about like these charters and what a disaster they are and the teams are horrible and everything's bad and all of the ABCs, things like that. You know, it was literally created from nowhere, but it looked like a real scenario. That's kind of one of the things we have to consider with AI is not all of it is real. Not all of it is a perfect situation. So I think being aware and never assuming the computer knows best, but I feel like it's also one of the things that we have to become confident in our own abilities and know that even sometimes captains can be wrong, first officers can be wrong, other dispatchers can be wrong. And it doesn't mean we're better or whatever. It just means we got, you know, we knew that information at that time. But I can't tell you how many times that, you know, like something's been caught a little weird in the computer system and then you have to catch it with your eye and say, oh, hey, now I need to alter some things there. Or a personal favorite is captains calling in and saying something about, you know, an alternate, and you're looking at the weather saying, what are you even reading? Because we're not reading the same thing. Or, oh, you're looking at the wrong line. This is what you need to be looking at. I remember the first time I told a captain that, I was like, I tell him because, you know, or should I just like go with what he says? But I had to have that confidence, just like, you know, in my own ability versus the computer being right or this captain being right because he's clearly smarter than me. Well, I read more weather than him, so I get to be right on occasion. You know, I could be wrong, but you've got to have that ability and not just defer to external sources. So, okay, we're going to wrap up there for this evening. Let me go ahead and stop all of this. I know, hooray, right? Lindsay's going to stop talking. I like that. Okay, sorry, just closing off all the recordings, all of the things.